Very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, we'd like to invite all our guests who are still outside of the ballroom. Kindly make your way into the ballroom and take your seats, as the event today shall begin in just a few minutes. Thank you. We seek your kind cooperation as well to please set your mobile phones on silent mode. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, we would like to invite all our guests who are still outside of the ballroom, kindly make your way into the ballroom and take your seats as the event this morning shall begin in just a few minutes. And in the meantime, we'd like to seek your kind cooperation, ladies and gentlemen, to please take your seats as well as setting your mobile phones on silent mode. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin, we would like to seek your kind cooperation for all those participants at the back to kindly move forward and fill up the front rows. Once again, I would like to seek your kind cooperation, ladies and gentlemen, to please fill up the rows at the front. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all rise and give a round of applause to welcome our guest of honor, the Honorable Datuk Sri Tiong King Sing, the Minister of Tourism, Arts and Culture Malaysia, and Chairman of the ASCC Council, accompanied by our distinguished guests. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for Malaysia's national anthem, Negaraku, followed by the ASEAN Anthem. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, please be seated. And that was Lengo Alam, or the rhythm of nature, inspired by the heartbeat of the earth and the resilience of bamboo. This dance reflects the harmony between humanity and nature. Just as Malaysia flourishes with its rich rainforests, flowing rivers, as well as enduring traditions, Lengo Alam reminds us that true balance is found when we move in sustainable rhythm with the natural world. Let's give a round of applause for our performers, the cultural troupe from the National Department for Culture and Arts, JKKN Selangor. The Honorable Datuk Sri Tiong King Sing, Minister of Tourism, Arts and Culture Malaysia, and Chairman of the ASEAN Socio-Cultural Community ASCC Council. Your Excellency, Dr. Kao Kim Hearn, the Secretary General of ASEAN. Your Excellency Kia Masahiko, the Ambassador of Japan to ASEAN. Yang Berbahagia Datuk Muhammad Yusri bin Muhammad Yusof, the Deputy Secretary General in Culture, also from the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture Malaysia. Our distinguished representatives from the ASEAN Secretariat, heads of departments and agencies, our participants for the Regional Forum on ASCC Strategic Plan, friends from the media and distinguished guests, our esteemed panelists and participants, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture Malaysia, we would like to graciously welcome all our guests this morning to the opening ceremony of the Regional Forum on ASCC Strategic Plan. I'm Zamla Idris, your MC for this morning, and wishing all our guests Selamat Datang to Malaysia. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to begin this morning by inviting His Excellency Dr. Kao Kim Hearn, the Secretary General of ASEAN, to deliver his opening remarks. So please join me and welcome His Excellency Dr. Kao Kim Hearn.
Your Excellency, Dr. Sri Tiong King Sing, Minister of Tourism, Arts and Culture of Malaysia, and the ASCC Council Chair. Your Excellency Kia Masahiko, Ambassador of Japan to ASEAN, Excellencies, soccer leaders, chairs of ASCC sectoral bodies, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. Today, we stand at the defining moment in ASEAN's journey, a moment when our shared vision meets the urgent realities of our time, and when the choices we make will shape the lives of hundreds of millions across our region. One that places our people at the very center of regional transformation. Just 3 months ago, our leaders endorsed the landmark ASEAN Community Vision 2045, a strategic framework that charts our course towards a region that is resilient, innovative, dynamic, and people-centered. Developed through extensive consultation and thoughtful reflection on our extensive experiences, it reaffirms ASEAN's unwavering commitment to a future where people can thrive. At the heart of this vision lies a principle forged through our shared challenges, from overcoming the COVID-19 pandemic together to respond to climate-related disasters that have affected millions across our region. These experiences have reinforced our understanding that ASEAN must remain people-centered, with systems designed to protect, empower, and uplift every individual and our community. As ASEAN's people's pillar, the ASCC transformed this commitment into action. We champion a future where people are not merely beneficiaries, but active participants in shaping regional development, ensuring that the fruits of our collective efforts reach every corner of our diverse communities and villages. A truly people-centered ASEAN values mutual respect, promotes shared learning, and pursue inclusive growth that leaves no one behind. It's a principle that will guide us as we navigate the profound global changes ahead, from technological disruption and climate crisis to shifting geopolitical dynamics and conflicts. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, today's forum is an important opportunity to deepen our collective ownership of the ASCC strategic plan. Your diverse representation, spanning governments, dialogue and development partners, international organizations, academia, civil society, and social enterprises, embodies the inclusive spirit essential to ASEAN's success. The challenges we face, from pandemic-exposed supply chain vulnerabilities to accelerating climate impacts on our commitments and communities, demand coordinated responses that no single actor can provide alone. This collaborative approach is not new to ASEAN. It reinforces our commitment to inclusive, people-centered partnerships while establishing more accessible and participatory platforms for meaningful engagement across all levels of society. The development of this strategic plan exemplifies these principles in action. Led by the ad hoc working group to develop the ASCC strategic plan and the ASCC Council, we conduct extensive multi-level stakeholder consultations, engaging ASCC and cross-pillar sectoral bodies, ASEAN centers and entities, civil society organizations, dialogue and development partners, the Committee of Permanent Representatives to ASEAN, parliamentarians, eminent persons, and international organizations. Simultaneously, our comprehensive region-wide survey gathered insights from over 4,000 participants representing diverse demographics, geographic locations, and social economic backgrounds, yielding invaluable perspectives on social-cultural challenges, emerging opportunities, and aspirations for ASEAN's future, particularly from rural and vulnerable communities. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, allow me to highlight several key areas of the ASCC strategic plan that resonate most strongly with our people and address the most pressing challenges of our time. First, resilience. The region's experience with COVID-19 and public health emergencies, as well as climate-related crises, has demonstrated both the interconnectedness, vulnerabilities of our systems and mechanisms, from the economic disruption that affected millions of workers to the strain on healthcare system across the region. We have seen how regional challenges require regional solutions. The ASCC strategic plan acknowledges these realities and establishes strategic measures to continuously enhance our resilience at regional, national, and local levels. Second, innovation. Rapid digital advancements and transformation, including the growing use of artificial intelligence across various socio-economic sectors, are widening the digital divide while reshaping how we envision the future. While some of our urban centers lead in digital adoption, significant portions of our rural population remain underserved at the moment. Recognizing both the risks and opportunities of the digital transformation, the ASCC has developed strategies to address its challenges, particularly in education, healthcare, labor, gender, and child protection, as well as public service delivery. Third, inclusive and sustainable development. At the core of the ASCC strategic plan lies a heightened commitment to addressing persistent inequalities, reducing disparities, and ensuring equal access and opportunities for all. Through extensive consultations and the identification of sectoral priorities and development agendas, the ASCC has established approaches that protect our people and enhance their well-being and quality of life, especially for those in vulnerable and at-risk situations. Fourth, a green ASEAN. Our region has witnessed firsthand the impacts of climate change, environmental degradation, biodiversity loss, and natural disasters, among others, which have displaced communities and disrupted livelihoods and ways of life. From rising sea levels affecting our island nations to extreme weather events impacting agricultural production, and the urgency of environmental action is undeniable. With emphasis on cross-pillar coordination and collaboration, the ASCC strategic plan outlines measures that accelerate green transition through various approaches, including low carbon emissions, enhanced climate resilient systems, and strengthen environmental governance at both regional and national levels. These measures are aligned with our commitments under international climate frameworks. Fifth, meaningful participation and stakeholder engagement. Building upon the achievements of the ASCC Blueprint 2025, the ASCC strategic plan prioritizes engagement and participation, especially for people in vulnerable and at-risk situations, in ASEAN community building and decision-making processes. Acknowledging stakeholders' vital role not merely as beneficiaries, but as active partners and agents of change. The ASCC has established mechanisms that enhance open, accessible, and inclusive stakeholder platforms, ensuring that people's voices are heard and valued. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, the sixth area that I believe is important for us is the mutually beneficial partnerships. For nearly 6 decades, ASEAN has leveraged its partnership in cooperation to mobilize resources and expertise in addressing regional challenges, demonstrating that collective action cannot succeed in isolation. From our partnerships with dialogue partners to collaboration with international organizations, we have seen tangible benefits in areas ranging from disaster response to educational exchange. As ASEAN embarks on implementing ACV 2045, the ASCC continues to strengthen these partnerships and cooperation to advance regional priorities and share aspirations while creating lasting value for our stakeholders. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, the journey ahead will test our resolve and collective commitment. However, it is also present unprecedented opportunities to adapt, innovate, and deepen our shared regional aspirations and identity. Success will require not just political will, but sustained commitment from all sectors of society and robust mechanisms for monitoring, evaluation, and course correction. As we move forward together, each of us has an indispensable role to play. Your commitment, resources, expertise, perspectives, and insight will ensure that the ASCC strategic plan is not only effectively implemented, but also truly reflects and responds to our people's evolving needs. Let us advance the next chapter in ASEAN community building, a chapter defined by shared identity, adaptability, aspiration, and an unwavering commitment to our people. Let this be the era when ASEAN's promise is fully realized, not as words on page, but as a lived reality for every individual and person in Southeast Asia. The time for bold action is now, and the future we envision begins here with us today. I thank you.
We would like to thank His Excellency Dr. Kao Kim Hearn for the opening remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, we would now like to invite His Excellency Kiya Masahiko, the Ambassador of Japan to ASEAN, to deliver his welcome remarks. Please join me and welcome His Excellency Kiya Masahiko.
His Excellency Dato Sri Tiong King Sing, ASCC Chair and Minister of Tourism, Culture, and Arts of Malaysia. His Excellency Dr. Kao Kim Hon, Secretary General of ASEAN, SOCA leaders, chairs of sectoral bodies, Excellencies, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great honor for me to participate in this regional forum to deepen stakeholder awareness and engagement on the ASCC strategic plan and to share my remarks. I extend my gratitude to ASCC Council Chair Malaysia and the ASEAN Secretariat for their efforts to organize this important forum. I offer my heartfelt congratulations on this successful development of the ASCC strategic plan. A decade has passed since the adoption of the ASCC Blueprint 2025 in 2015 under Malaysia's chairmanship. I am delighted to be here in Kuala Lumpur to witness the ceremonial launch of this plan with all stakeholders, both in person and online. Japan and Japan-ASEAN Integration Fund, JAIF, are proud to have contributed to the formulation of this critically important policy document that will guide the ASCC over the next 10 years. The ASEAN Socio-Cultural Community is dedicated to realizing the full potential of ASEAN citizens. Thus, the ASCC strategic plan is at the very core of the ASEAN Community Vision 2045 under the subtitle of Resilient, Innovative, Dynamic, and People-Centred ASEAN. ASCC is now embarking on a new 10-year journey based on this strategic plan. Its success hinges on fostering a sense of collective ownership among all stakeholders and the people of ASEAN from the very outset, that is today. This is the forum's primary objective and the key to our collective success. Only with this broad-based ownership can external partners like Japan in the region and globally fully engage and contribute. I am encouraged by this forum's agenda, which covers strengthening multi-stakeholder engagement, including CSOs, academics, and think tanks, as well as diversifying financing and resource mobilization, including private sector involvement. Exploring now how diverse stakeholders can collaborate for inclusive and sustainable implementation of the strategic plan is vitally important. So moving forward, I expect sectoral bodies will translate the strategic plan's measures into their own policies, strategies, and work plans. So sectoral bodies are really attached to respective people on the ground. This work should be streamlined, avoiding duplication, and coordinated with APSC, AEC, connectivity strategic plans, and other ASEAN initiatives, and also coordinated with each other, sectoral bodies. I must also emphasize that clear visualization and widespread sharing of implementation outcomes will be crucial for guiding and inspiring future further planning and implementation by sectoral bodies. the ASCC strategic plan undoubtedly holds the promise of a brighter future for a people-centered ASEAN with shared values and shared goals, all of us. As one of the ASEAN's closest friends and a trusted partner, Japan is delighted and also committed to working alongside ASEAN and partners on this delightful journey into the next new decade. Thank you very much for your attention and looking forward to working with you all. Thank you.
Arigato gozaimasu, and thank you, His Excellency Kiya Masahiko, Ambassador of Japan to ASEAN, for the welcome remarks. And now, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me great pleasure to graciously invite the Honorable Datuk Sri Tiong Keng Sing, Minister of Tourism, Arts and Culture Malaysia and Chairman of the ASCC Council, to deliver his speech. So please join me and welcome the Honorable Datuk Sri Tiong Keng Sing.
Your Excellency Dr. Kau King Hong, Secretary General of ASEAN, Your Excellency Kiyo Masahiko, Ambassador of Japan to ASEAN, representative from the ASEAN Secretariat, head of the department and agency, participant of the Regional Forum of ASCC Strategy Plan, friends from the media, distinguished guests, esteemed panelists, and participants, ladies and gentlemen. Salam Malaysia Madani, and very good morning to all. Welcome to Malaysia. Selamat datang. It is with a great pleasure, and I would like to take this opportunity to welcome everyone, both from physical, especially to this significant and timely regional forum to deepening stakeholder awareness and engagement on the ASCC strategy plan. Malaysia is truly delighted to co-host this gathering and collaborative effort generally supported by the government of Japan through the Japan-ASEAN Integration Fund 3.0. I would like to say again, thank you very much for Japan government. This is an enduring partnership and underscore our shared commitment to the regional progress and prosperity, a testament to the spirit of the cooperation that define the ASEAN. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, today's forum represents a crucial junction in our collective journey towards realizing the ASEAN Community Vision 2045. This vision envisioned as a resilient, innovative, dynamic, and people-centered ASEAN serve as our long-term compass of navigating the increasing the meticulous deliberation and endorsement in principle by the 34th ASEAN Coordinating Council, followed by the adoption of its 4 strategy plan at the 46th ASEAN Summit in Kuala Lumpur on 26th of May 2025. Signify a monumental step forward for our region. As the ASCC co-chair, I stand here today with a profound confidence in the transformative potential of a newly launched ASEAN Socio-Cultural Community ASCC Strategic Plan. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, a vision and strategy are not enough. Execution is the key to success. We must work more closely together in unity, for only through unity can we unlock our limitless potential. We must also actively promote one another's heritage and culture. This is the true spirit of ASEAN. For all that to happen, our ASEAN identity should continue to be the catalyst to strengthen our partnership. Let us continue to work together to build a truly resilient, inclusive, sustainable, innovative, dynamic, and people-centered ASEAN community. Malaysia has long recognized the ASEAN Socio-Cultural Community, ASCC, as a central to building a people-centered, inclusive, and sustainable society across the generation. Far from the being ASEAN soft pillar, the ASCC is a crucial driver of a regional stability, social cohesion, and justice. Beyond its core focus on culture, education, and social protection, it serves as the ASEAN most capable platform for addressing complex, cross-cutting challenges, including the climate crisis, information disorder, population aging, and the vulnerability faced by a transnational community. This plan succeeding the ASCC Blueprint 2025 IFRICATI, aligned with the ASEAN Community Vision 2045. It comprehensively encompasses 12 strategy goals, 16 objectives, 20 key result areas, and 112 strategy measures. It reaffirmed our collective commitment to empowering women and youth, preserving ASEAN rich cultural heritage, narrowing development gap, strengthening public health system, expanding social protection, and fostering sustainable, inclusive growth to all. In closing, I would like to urge all the stakeholders present today, from our original body to the national agency and our local community, to embrace collective ownership and champion the ambitious goal outlined in this ASCC strategy plan. The successful implementation of this plan is contingent upon sustained engagement and the strong partnership from everyone. Let us, with renewed strength and steadfast commitment, work together to build a resilient, innovative, dynamic, and people-centered ASEAN. Thank you very much. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih, and thank you very much, the Honorable Dato Sri Tiong King Sing, for the keynote address. And we request the Honorable Dato Sri to please remain on stage and to take his place at the center of the stage for the official launch of today's forum. And we also now invite His Excellency Dr. Kao Kim Hearn, the Secretary General of ASEAN, as well as His Excellency Kia Masahiko, the Ambassador of Japan to ASEAN, to the stage for the official launch of the Regional Forum on ASCC Strategic Plan. Let's have the cameras now focus on both the VVIPs on stage as well on the crystal globe just beside me here. And ladies and gentlemen, I would like to seek your kind cooperation to count down with me for the official launch. We will be showing the countdown in numbers in the crystal globe, And when the countdown reaches to 1, we would like to graciously invite the Honorable Minister of Tourism of Malaysia and His Excellencies to place their hands on the pedestals to officially launch the Regional Forum on ASCC Strategic Plan. Are we all ready? You can do better than that. Are we all ready? All right, let's now focus on the crystal globe and let's count down together. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's give a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. The Regional Forum on ASCC Strategic Plan is now officially launched, paving the way for the ASEAN 2045, our shared future. A new vision for ASEAN that succeeds the ASEAN 2025 Forging Ahead Together, which was adopted in 2015. It is a long-term strategic document that will chart the future direction of ASEAN in the next 2 decades, and it articulates ASEAN's aspiration towards realizing a resilient, innovative, dynamic, and people-centered ASEAN community by 2045. Let's give a big round of applause as we now invite our Honorable Minister and His Excellencies to the front of the stage to take a group photograph with the members of the media. Dipersilakan pihak-pihak media untuk mengambil gambar kenangan. And we invite our VIPs to pose for 2 photographs. Let's first have a formal photograph taken, formal video as well. And now we would like to invite our VIPs to do the ASEAN handshake or the ASEAN way. Let's give a big round of applause and thank our Honorable Minister and His Excellencies. Wonderful. Thank you very much to our Honorable Minister and His Excellencies. You may now alight the stage and return to your seats. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to direct your attention to the screen for a video presentation on the ASCC Strategic Plan. Let's take a look.
Across Southeast Asia, people share common challenges and hopes. The ASEAN Socio-Cultural Community, or the People's Pillar, safeguards the well-being of the people and improves their quality of life through people-centered, human, and sustainable development. Guided by the ASEAN Community Vision 2045, the ASCC Strategic Plan advances a bold path toward an inclusive, resilient, and sustainable future. Across the region, people's lives are shaped by megatrends such as aging populations, rapid technological advances, climate change, and public health emergencies.
Through the ASCC Strategic Plan, the ASEAN Socio-Cultural Community reinforces its commitment to inclusive and sustainable development, ensuring the resilient, innovative, dynamic, and the people-centered ASEAN community that is united by its collective aspiration and shape ASEAN identity. The ASCC Strategic Plan provided a forward-looking framework and the safeguard and improve our people well-being and strive the changing future.
The ASCC Strategic Plan's development was rooted in inclusive, evidence-based, and participatory approaches. It builds on the gains of the ASCC Blueprint 2025, sectoral realities, and people's lived experiences. With 12 strategic goals, 16 objectives, and 112 strategic measures, the strategic plan reflects ASEAN's socio-cultural priorities. The success of the strategic plan lies in ASEAN's strong partnership and collaboration.
For over 50 years, Japan and ASEAN have cultivated a cooperative relationship dedicated to regional peace, stability, and prosperity. As the world undergoes significant transformation, I am confident that we in ASEAN and Japan, especially the next generation, can collaborate to overcome challenges and build a brighter future as trusted partners.
The road ahead requires deeper commitment. To realize the ASEAN Community Vision 2045, we must work together and turn vision into action.
Our region has experienced tumultuous events in the past decade. No sector can act in isolation. By emphasizing cross-pillar collaboration that links political and security, economic and connectivity to social-cultural development, the ASCC strategic plan reinforces the growing need to further advance human and sustainable development through a holistic and whole-of-ASEAN approach. We will continue working together to build a future-ready ASEAN that protects, empowers, and uplifts its people.
Across cultures and coastlines, from cities to rural communities, the ASCC continuously improves the quality of life of ASEAN people. It continues to shape a resilient, inclusive, people-centered, and sustainable ASEAN that is ready to meet today's challenges and tomorrow's possibilities.
Let's give a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. A video presentation of the ASCC Strategic Plan, a long-term strategic document that will chart the future direction of ASEAN towards realizing a resilient, innovative, dynamic, and people-centered ASEAN community by 2045. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to invite our guests of honor and VIPs for a group photograph with all our guests on the floor, as well as inviting our photographers, videographers, and members of the media to the stage to record this momentous occasion. And we'd like to seek your kind cooperation, ladies and gentlemen, to invite all our guests to please step forward and basically move forward towards in front, to the front rows. You may stand and huddle together so we can have a fantastic photo with all our guests, our participants today, together with our guests of honor. Once again, we invite all our participants and our guests who are still at the back, kindly step forward to the front. Big smiles for the camera. We have photographers, videographers, as well as our respected members of the media recording this momentous and historic occasion. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. That concludes the opening ceremony of the Regional Forum on the ASCC Strategic Plan this morning. We would like to once again thank all our guests, especially to the Honorable Dato Sri Tiong King Sing, Minister of Tourism, Arts and Culture Malaysia, and Chairman of the ASCC Council, Your Excellency Dr. Kao Kim Hearn, the Secretary General of ASEAN, Your Excellency Kia Masahiko, the Ambassador of Japan to ASEAN, as well as all our guests today. Let's give them a big round of applause, please. And we shall now invite our Honorable Minister, His Excellencies, and all our guests to enjoy some refreshments served at the foyer. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now adjourn for some refreshments before we continue with today's forum. Please enjoy your breakfast and refreshments, and we shall see you soon. Thank you. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, we shall now adjourn for some refreshments, and we shall see you soon at 10:30 a.m. While we prepare for the room for the next item of the forum, we shall now adjourn, and we shall see you soon at 10:30 a.m. Thank you. A very good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We shall begin with our forum in just a few minutes. In the meantime, we'd like to invite all our guests who are still outside at the foyer. Kindly make your way into the ballroom and take your seats before we begin with our forum today. And also, we'd like to seek your kind cooperation to please set your mobile phones on silent mode. Ladies and gentlemen, before we begin, we would like to invite all our guests who have just arrived. You may fill up the seats at the front rows. Once again, we'd like to invite all our guests to fill up the seats at the front rows. And at the same time, we'll also be showing the QR code. If you haven't scanned, please do so. You can scan the QR code to download the program book for today. Right, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, I'm Zamil Idris, your MC for the forum today, and we hope that you had a refreshing break. And before we begin with the panel discussions today, we would like to share an important video message from our ASCC Council members, Indicative ASCC Council Minister of Timor-Leste, and the Secretary General of ASEAN, highlighting the distinct feature of the ASCC strategic plan. The video will guide us through the strategic goals from the perspective of our ASCC Council to help us better understand the context and goals set out in our strategic plan. Though this video might be a bit long, it drives an impactful message what ASCC envisions for the ASCC future. And, well, I have to be honest that we really had we really tried to trim the video as much as possible, but since the messages in the videos are all linked, driving an essential message that connects and aligns the strategic goals to the sectors and within the context of our constantly evolving regional and global landscape, we do appreciate your patience because the video is quite long, and we also hope that we have the continued enthusiasm as we listen to all the messages from our dear ASCC Council. So let's take a look at this video.
Community Vision ACV 2045 has been launched in May 2025. It is now for us to put our vision into the action for the ASEAN Socio-Cultural Community ASCC strategic plan. I would like to urge all us to strengthen regional collaboration to protect, restore, and conserve our community. We are stronger when we work together, especially when we're facing global challenges. A vision and a strategy are not enough. We must also actively promote one another's heritage and culture. This is a true spirit of ASEAN. Strategy goal number 6 of the ASCC strategy plan outline our shared ASEAN identity that is adaptive and responsive to evolving cross-pillar and cross-sectoral trend and development. As a people pillar, ASCC strives to continue empowering and safeguarding everyone's rights, promoting participation in ASEAN community building, and providing substantial social protection system. While we look beyond 2025, we reaffirm our commitment to advancing human, social, and economic development. For all that to happen, our ASEAN identity shall continue to be the catalyst of strengthening our partnership. Let us work together to build a truly resilient, inclusive, sustainable, innovative, dynamic, and the people-centered ASEAN community. Thank you.
As we move forward with the ASEAN Socio-Cultural Community Strategic Plan, we reaffirm our strong commitment to the strategic goals, objectives, and strategic measures that were carefully crafted to reflect the aspirations of the ASEAN peoples. One of the key priorities in the ASCC strategic plan is Strategic Goal 7, a community where women are empowered to participate fully and effectively in ASEAN community building and realize their full potential in its decision-making processes. This underscores ASEAN's commitment to empowering women and ensuring their full and equal participation in all aspects of community life. This is more than a policy goal, it is a vision of an ASEAN where every woman and girl is valued, where her voice matters, her leadership is embraced, and her full potential is realized, not only for her own future, but for the future of her community, her country, and the entire region. We believe that empowering women and girls is not just a moral obligation, it is a strategic investment. When we empower women, we strengthen families, communities, and nations. We grow our economies, build resilience, and accelerate inclusive recovery. We secure peace, foster innovation, and ensure that no one is left behind. ASEAN cannot do this alone. This is why we call for inclusive partnerships across governments, sectors, and communities. We need civil society, youth, social entrepreneurs, the private sector, academia, and local leaders to join us, not just allies, but as co-creators of solutions. Let us work together to create a region where women's leadership is normalized, where women lead innovations thrive, and where gender equality is everyone's priority. Let us break barriers, challenge the status quo, and embrace intergenerational, cross-sector, and creative collaboration. Because this is not the work of one institution or one sector. It is a shared responsibility. When women rise, ASEAN rises with them. When we invest in women and girls, we invest in a stronger and more united and more compassionate ASEAN. When we advance gender equality and strengthen inclusive partnerships, we are not only fulfilling Strategic Goal 7, we are laying the groundwork for a future that truly belongs to all of us. Let us rise together towards a future and co-create, shape, lead as one caring, empowering, and forward-looking ASEAN community. Maraming salamat at mabuhay.
2025 marks a pivotal step towards ASEAN Community Vision 2045. Brunei Darussalam is pleased to join this regional forum to bridge the gap between the policymakers and the stakeholders for collective ownership and partnership in implementing the ASCC strategic plan alongside with the other ASEAN Community strategic plans. In this context, allow me to draw attention to the strategic goal 10, a community that advances sports to contribute towards the growth of ASEAN as a sporting hub for excellence to promote peace, inclusion, health, education, and socio-economic development. Sports is deeply interwoven across many sectors, and Brunei Darussalam has actively harmonized its sports policies with the ASEAN Work Plan on Sports. In doing our part to promote ASEAN's collective visibility, Brunei Darussalam has hosted prestigious regional and international events. These initiatives reaffirm our dedication towards connecting our youth and solidify regional unity. ASEAN has always strived to empower the most vulnerable, including children, persons with disabilities, and the elderly, by continuously promoting their participation in ASEAN's community building. Sports are the additional steps in enhancing community well-being and harmony, also in line with our values. Thus, platforms are established together with NGOs, CSOs, and the private sector to drive impactful key initiatives like ASEAN Sports Zone, ASEAN Sports Day, active aging programs, and disabled-friendly sports infrastructures, as well as preservation and promotion of ASEAN traditional sports and games. In closing, let me re-emphasize that the ASCC strategic plan can only succeed if it becomes everyone's plan, and be assured of Brunei Darussalam's continued commitments to harness a deeper sense of future-ready ASEAN among our peoples and be resilient and relevant for generations to come. Thank you.
ASEAN has long been a region of political unity, economic progress, and social-cultural diversity. Yet, as we look toward 2045, our vision must extend beyond politics and economics. ASEAN must place people at its core. The ASCC strategic plan is the foundation for building a community that is inclusive, sustainable, dynamic, and resilient, ensuring no one is left behind in the ASEAN journey. First, the ASCC fosters social inclusion by prioritizing equitable access to quality education with digital technology and lifelong learning for all, healthcare and social protection. It empowers marginalized groups. Second, it champions cultural resilience. ASEAN's strength lies in its rich diversity of traditions, languages, and cultural heritages. Third, it commits to sustainable development. Unconventional threats such as climate change, health crisis, including COVID-19 pandemics, disinformation, and cyber awareness threaten our future. As we envision ASEAN 2045, the ASCC strategic plan is our blueprint to a community where prosperity is shared, cultures thrive, and societies are resilient. ASEAN is not just a regional bloc of nations. It is a family of diverse cultures. The ASCC strategic plan ensures this family grows stronger, fairer, and more united. As we march toward 2045, let's embrace our role in building an ASEAN as a center of people first. Together, we can make ASEAN 2045 not just a vision, but a reality. Thank you.
We gather today with a clear purpose. We support the Regional Forum on the ASCC Strategic Plan. ASCC mission is clear: to deepen stakeholder awareness, to engage every voice, and to transform our ASCC Strategic Plan into meaningful action. This is our defining moment. We live in times of rapid transformation. Many uncertainties challenge us daily. Yet, ASEAN remains steadfast. We are the epicenter of regional growth. We deliver innovation forward. We embody collective resilience. This is our region, and this is our responsibility. The ASEAN Socio-Cultural Community Strategic Plan provides our roadmap. ASCC serves as the people's pillar of ASEAN. We exist for one fundamental purpose, that is, unleashing the full potential of every ASEAN citizen. Excellence requires decisive action. Quality education transforms societies. Inclusive digital transformation creates pathways. Responsive public service builds trust. These are not aspirations, but they are essential foundations. They build equitable societies. They bridge social economic divides. They enhance well-being for all. Digital transformation serves as our catalyst. Artificial intelligence emerged as a very powerful tool, yet power demands responsibility. We must strengthen digital literacy. We must enhance critical thinking. Our people, especially our youth, must become more than skilled users. They must be ethical creators, responsible innovators, become future leaders. Indeed, success depends on the meaningful collaboration. The ASCC strategic plan succeeds through strategic partnership. Our mutual benefit strengthens lasting bonds, yet we maintain ASEAN centrality. This principle remains non-negotiable. We reaffirm our shared commitment. Resilient ASEAN, inclusive ASEAN, sustainable ASEAN, innovative ASEAN. People remain at the heart of everything we do. The ASCC strategic plan represents more than policy document. It is our blueprint for transformation, bold action, measurable outcomes, real impact, lasting change for every ASEAN citizen. Together, we will make this vision our reality. Thank you very much.
As we are advancing toward the implementation of the ASEAN Community Vision 2045, the Lao PDR reaffirmed its strong commitment to building a resilient, innovative, dynamic, and people-centered of ASEAN. Strategic Goal 9 of the ASCC strategic plan highlights the importance of preserving, conserving, and enhancing the value of ASEAN's rich cultural heritage, arts, and traditions, not only to safeguard our past, but also to inspire future generations and contribute to sustainable development. As for the Lao PDR, we view culture as the soul of our region. Through our shared heritage, language, music, and arts, we strengthen ASEAN's identity and unity. Achieving this vision requires inclusive collaboration. Governments must work hand in hand with civil society, youth, local communities, social entrepreneurs, academia, and the private sector to protect unchangeable heritage, empower cultural practitioners, and promote sustainable cultural industries. It's now time to innovate by combining tradition with technology and creative industries to co-create solutions that benefit our people and enrich the region. Let us move forward together with unity, creativity, and shared purpose to realize the ASCC strategic plan and build a culturally rich and visionary look of ASEAN. Thank you.
I'm honored to share Myanmar's input to our collective vision and commitment under the ASCC strategic plan, particularly strategic goal number 8, which aims to foster meaningful youth participation and building a dynamic, resilient, and people-centered ASEAN community. Across ASEAN, youth represent more more than just a democratic dividend. They are a driving force for innovation, social progress, and regional unity. To realize the ASEAN Community Vision 2045, we must continue to cultivate inclusive spaces where youth are empowered to actively participate in decision-making, shape public discourse, engage in entrepreneurial ventures, and lead community action. This means not only listening to youth, but also investing in their leadership, amplifying their voices, and co-creating solutions with them as equal partners. We also recognize that the success of this vision relies on a strong multi-stakeholder collaboration. Let us build a future where every youth person in ASEAN feels valued, capable, and inspired to contribute, where no one is left behind, and where our diversity becomes our collective strength. In closing, we reaffirm our dedication to building a resilient, inclusive, sustainable, and forward-looking ASEAN community, where our youth are not merely beneficiaries, but agents of change and drivers of transformation, now and for generations to come. I thank you.
The ASEAN Socio-Cultural Community, ASCC, with its focus on improving the well-being of its people, represents the heart of ASEAN. It also reflects our shared vision for a region that is cohesive and connected. The ASCC strategic plan, which Singapore has endorsed, sets out our collective direction. It's a timely milestone, as 2025 marks the 10th anniversary of the formal establishment of the ASEAN community, as well as the 60th year of Singapore's independence. This strategic plan builds on past achievements, addresses new and emerging challenges, and seeks to realize the full potential of every ASEAN citizen through people-oriented and people-centered activities. It aims to improve the quality of life for our peoples, strengthen social cohesion, and foster a strong and enduring ASEAN identity. In a world marked by unprecedented challenges, families are the foundation upon which we can build a more resilient and cohesive society. In this regard, Singapore reaffirms our strong commitment to strengthening families in the region as guided by ASEAN's commitments. This is reflected in Strategic Goal 2, a caring community. We must take an upstream and proactive approach. By strengthening families, we also strengthen communities and in turn our ASEAN region, ensuring that no one is left behind and that dignity, security, and opportunity are accessible to all. Our ambitions can only be realized through strengthening our partnerships, as governments cannot work alone. The private, public, and people sector must come together through a whole-of-society approach to reinforce each other's efforts to innovate, adapt, and deliver solutions that meet the diverse needs of our people. As we look beyond 2025, Singapore reaffirms our commitments to build a more resilient and inclusive ASEAN through innovative and people-centered approaches so that every person can live with dignity, opportunity, and pride in our shared ASEAN identity. Thank you.
Excelentíssimos, a adoção formal da visão Comunidade de ASEAN 2045 durante a 46ª Cimeira da ASEAN em dia 26 de maio de 2025, em Kuala Lumpur, Sarawak. Os Estados-membros da ASEAN abraçaram uma inspiração partilhada por uma região resiliente, inovadora, dinâmica e centrada nas pessoas. Na reunião do Conselho da ASCC em Kuching, em dia 24 de abril de 2025, o secretário-geral, Dr. Kang Kim, reafirmou que o plano estratégico da ASCC é um roteiro proativo para alinhar nossas comunidades com a visão de comunidade da ASEAN de 2045. o plano compreende 12 metas estratégicas, 10 objetivos centrais, 20 resultados-chave, 112 medidas estratégicas. A medida de Timor-Leste se prepara para a adesão plena à ASEAN no final deste ano. Reafirmamos o nosso compromisso como avanço do progresso humano, social e econômico, especialmente para crianças, pessoas com deficiência, idosos e comunidades marginalizadas, para que todos os cidadãos da Ásia possam desfrutar de uma vida digna e segura. A realização do plano estratégico da ASCC conta com parcerias robustas de multilaterais. Apelamos para a colaboração seria com a sociedade civil, os jovens, os acadêmicos e setor privado e comunidades locais. Co-criar, promover a inovação necessários nesta era de globalização, defendendo novas ideias, onde as soluções enraizadas localmente são procuradas para elevar o nosso bem-estar coletivo. Excelentíssimos, para concluir, Timor-Leste compromete-se a apoiar as sinergias intersetoriais, a coerência institucional e a elaboração de políticas integradas para promover o desenvolvimento inclusivo em toda a nossa região. Muito obrigado, terima kasih.
Over the past half-century, ASEAN has navigated an increasingly complex landscape of challenges, from natural disasters and economic shocks to demographic shifts, public health crises, and technological disruptions. These pressures are expected to grow in scale and complexity in the years ahead. Yet through every trial, ASEAN has remained steadfast in its mission to improve the well-being and quality of life of our people, ensuring that no one is left behind. As we enter a new decade, ASEAN, and in particular the ASEAN Socio-Cultural Community, has set out a bold, forward-looking strategic vision. At its heart is a simple but powerful commitment to place people at the center of all we do, their well-being, their quality of life, and their opportunity to thrive. The ASCC strategic plan brings this vision to life. Sustainable growth and development demand more than good intentions. They require collective action, shared responsibility, and strong regional and national capacities. The challenges we face both within our region and in the wider world cannot be overcome in isolation. We must forge strong partnerships, share knowledge openly, and embrace innovative solutions that advance our shared vision of prosperity and progress. Today, as we reflect on ASEAN's remarkable journey, we also look to the road ahead with renewed purpose, guided by our shared identity and united by our common goals. We must translate vision into action and aspiration into tangible results that benefit our people. Moving forward, let us remain united in purpose, unwavering in our commitment, and confident in our collective future. Thank you.
Let's give a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, to the ASCC Council of Ministers, Indicative ASCC Council Minister of Timor-Leste, and the Secretary General of ASEAN, highlighting the distinct feature of the ASCC strategic plan, a vision and aspiration for the future. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we thank you very much for your continued attention, and we shall move on to our next session, Panel Discussion 1 on Advancing Inclusive Development and Bridging the Development Gap in ASEAN. This panel will focus on the challenges and opportunities for inclusive development in ASEAN, highlighting how the ASCC strategic plan will ensure that no one is left behind. And to lead this session, I am pleased to invite Ms. Hannah Giray Carcido, the AHWG Co-Chair Philippines and Director of the Department of Social Welfare and Development Philippines, to the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to Ms. Hannah Giray Carcido. And Ms. Hannah, the stage is yours.
Thank you. Ambassador Kira Masahiko, Ambassador Elizabeth Bensuceso, the Philippine eminent person for the ASEAN High-Level Working Group for the ASEAN Vision 2045. Of course, ASEAN Deputy Secretary General DSG Sanlin, our dear SOCA leaders, ASEAN High-Level Working Group members from SOCA, participants both here, present in this grand ballroom, and those online, good morning. Isang magandang umaga po sa ating lahat. As we know, ASEAN's Human Development Indicators reveal striking contrasts. Some member states enjoy very high human development, while others continue to grapple with challenges, especially in rural and unserved areas. Nearly half of ASEAN's population lives in rural communities, and many remain at risk of being left behind due to unequal access to education, healthcare, social protection, and digital opportunities. This panel will explore how ASEAN can address these disparities while remaining true to its vision of a people-centered and inclusive community under the ASEAN Socio-Cultural Community Strategic Plan, and of course, the ASEAN Community Vision 2045. We will also discuss the role of community-driven initiatives, the creative economy, the digital inclusion, in bridging gaps and empowering all ASEAN peoples. It is now my pleasure to introduce our distinguished panelists. Our first panelist is a highly distinguished public servant with a career spanning over 3 decades in the Malaysian government. Since July 2022, he has served as the Deputy Secretary General for Culture at the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture, where he is dedicated to advancing a progressive cultural agenda. His objective is to harness the transformative power of culture for the purpose of sustainable development. His extensive experience includes key roles in a range of ministries such as the Public Service Department, the Ministry of Women, Family and Community Development, and the Ministry of Finance. Our speaker holds a master's degree in economics from the National University of Malaysia and a bachelor's degree in economics from the University Malaya. In recognition of his exemplary service to the nation, our speaker received several prestigious awards. He was recently conferred Ksatria Mangku Negara Award in 2015, and most recently during the 75th birthday of the President of Penang, he was honored with the Dara Setaya Pangkuan Negeri DSPN, which bestows the title of Dato. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome His Excellency Dato Muhammad Yusri bin Muhammad Yusof. Our next speaker is the Permanent Secretary at the Ministry of Culture, Youth and Sports of Brunei Darussalam. She oversees social welfare policies and programs for women, children, older persons, persons with disabilities, and other vulnerable groups, while also serving as the Secretary of the Brunei Darussalam National Council on Social Issues. Regionally, she is Brunei Darussalam SOCA leader and senior official for several ASEAN bodies, including the ASEAN Committee on Women, the ASEAN Senior Officials on Social Welfare and Development, and ASEAN Senior Officials Meeting on Rural Development and Poverty Eradication. Her distinguished career includes key leadership roles in both foreign and social development spanning international trade negotiations, cultural initiatives, and community development. She was instrumental in launching Brunei's National Child Helpline and has chaired and co-chaired major ASEAN working groups and national task force. She holds a Bachelor's of Law from the Southampton Institute, United Kingdom, and has been recognized with state honors, including the Most Blessed Order of Setaya Negara Brunei and Excellent Service Award. Ladies and gentlemen, let us welcome Her Excellency Haja Noor Ashikin Haji Johari. And to complete our three panelists for today, the third panelist is the Deputy Director General of Health at the Ministry of Health Malaysia and the Senior Consultant in Public Health Medicine with over 2 decades of leadership in health systems, disease prevention and control, and policy reform. He is also a Fellow of the Academy of Medicine Malaysia and has authored more than 60 national policy papers and was instrumental in securing equal recognition for public health specialists along clinical peers, as well as in developing Malaysia's public health specialty framework. His career spans senior leadership roles as hospital director, district health officer, and state health director across 3 states, and he has continued to oversee national reforms and strategies on disease prevention, health promotion, and population health. Internationally, he has served as consultant, advisor, and trainer to UNICEF, the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, and various academic and military health institutions, advancing innovation and sustainable governance in public health. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome His Excellency Dr. Ismuni bin Buhari. Before we proceed to our panel discussion, I would like to invite each of our distinguished panelists to share their opening reflections. In this round, they will highlight their current priorities and how their respective sectors contribute to the broader goals of ASEAN Socio-Cultural Community, while also giving us a forward-looking perspective on how collaboration can be strengthened. To begin, may I first call on His Excellency Dato' Yusri to highlight how ASEAN's rich cultural and creative potential can serve as a driver of inclusive growth.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hannah. Thank you for your introduction. Thank you for giving me the floor. Excellency, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. A very good morning for everyone. It is an honor for me to address the very important and pressing issue of advancing inclusive development and bridging the development gap in ASEAN. This is more than a policy inspiration. It is a cornerstone of the future of an inclusive, resilient, sustainable, and prosperous ASEAN community. The ASEAN community is rooted in the belief that unity in the diversity is one of our greatest strengths. This year, under Malaysia's chairmanship, we are guided by the theme Inclusivity and Sustainability that reflect our commitment to share progress, ensuring that no one is left behind. Bridging the development gap embodies both these 2 principles. By narrowing disparity in the opportunity, income, infrastructure, we promote social cohesion and a sense of shared ownership of ASEAN progress. The creative economy stands out as a transformative sector, making it capable of driving economic growth, creating quality jobs, enhancing social inclusion, and reinforcing the ASEAN identity. I thank all my SOCA colleagues who supported the development of the ASEAN Creative Economy Sustainability Framework. The framework was adopted by the ASEAN leader at the 46th ASEAN Summit. This framework defined the ASEAN creative economy as an added value emanating from human creativity based on heritage, culture, the art, design, science, technology, and innovation that promote sustainable, resilient, equitable, and inclusive development by the way of a job, wealth, and value creation. In ASEAN, the comprehensive regional data on the creative economy is still being harmonized. However, according to UNESCO 2022 Cultural and Creative Industry, the Global Employment and GDP Contribution Report, globally, the creative industry generates 31% of the world GDP and employ up to 6.2% of the global workforce. This number proves the creative economy tangible economy weight, but more importantly, its potential as a bridge to narrow development disparity across ASEAN member states. The creative economy is uniquely inclusive and adaptive. It offers opportunity across all ages, enabling youth to thrive in digital content creation, gaming, animation, and design. Just name a few. This sector flourished in the gig economy and online platform. Leaving no one behind, older generation can monetize traditional knowledge and skill, ensuring that intergenerational knowledge transfer also become a source of livelihood. I'm proud to share that Ministry of Tourism, Art and Culture Malaysia recently hosted the international workshop on the Malacca Declaration on Culture Heritage Value Creation. The aim of that workshop was to articulate and share ASEAN vision for harnessing the full potential of culture heritage to support social well-being, economic opportunity, environmental sustainability, and regional identity. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, SOCA just had a regional consultative workshop to review the strategy plan for the culture and art 2016 to 2025 and to develop a new work plan. The post-2025 work plan will incorporate ACV 2045 by embedding creative economic activity into the implementation of the regional cooperation framework, such as IAI work plan and the ASEAN Creative Economic Sustainability Framework. We can create the robust ecosystem that not only accelerate economic progress, but also uphold the cultural richness that define our region. Thank you very much.
Maraming salamat, Dato Yusri, for illustrating how ASEAN culture and creativity can be harnessed not only as an economic driver, but also a unifying force for our peoples. From culture, let us now turn to the rural and social sectors that anchor development at the community level. May I now call on Her Excellency Ashikin, the Chair of the Senior Officials Meeting on Rural Development and Poverty Eradication, as well as on Social Welfare and Development, to share insights on how rural development and social protection are addressing gaps and reducing inequalities. Excellency.
The hard work of all ASEAN member states in coming up with the ASCC
firstly, on rural development, our work in this area is guided by the ASEAN Framework Action Plan on Rural Development and Poverty Eradication and the ASEAN Master Plan on Rural Development. And this master plan serves as a strategic guide to ensure that our regional efforts are harmonized and promotes cross-sectoral collaboration and complementarity of ongoing and planned initiatives to address the multidimensional aspects of rural development. Next slide. Another key platform of action is the ASEAN Villages Network, or AVN, established in 2023, which serves as a platform for village development that uplift rural communities by promoting cross-sectoral collaboration, engagement, and strengthening villages-to-villages networking across ASEAN. And the AVN covers 3 thematic areas of development. First, tourism villages. Second, digital smart villages. And third, one village, one product. Next slide. On social protection, bridging the development gap requires strong social protection systems. And through SOMSWAT, we are committed to building comprehensive social welfare systems that protect our society, particularly those living in vulnerable situations. And our commitment is anchored in the ASEAN Declaration on Strengthening Social Protection and its regional action plans. On persons with disabilities, our guiding framework is the ASEAN Enabling Master Plan 2025. We have just completed the midterm review of this master plan, and it has given us a comprehensive picture of our progress, which shows that 71% of planned actions by ASEAN bodies have been largely completed or have seen significant action. Now, both the ASEAN Political Security Community and the ASEAN Socio-Cultural Community have achieved a substantial completion rate of more than 87%. However, a significant gap remains in the ASEAN Economic Community with a 37% completion rate. Next slide. On older persons, as we all know, ASEAN is currently aging rapidly, and the proportion of our elderly population has grown from 5.3% in 2000 to 7.5% in 2022, a trend that impacts all aspects of society from healthcare and social security to economic growth. ASEAN has a strong foundation of commitment to address these challenges, and our efforts are guided by key regional instruments such as the Kuala Lumpur Declaration on Aging, Empowering Older Persons, and the ASEAN Comprehensive Framework on Care Economy. And lastly, on social work, social workers are the frontline responders and the backbone of an effective social welfare system, translating our commitments into tangible support for vulnerable individuals and families. The cornerstone of our effort is the Hanoi Declaration on Strengthening Social Work for a Cohesive and Responsive ASEAN Community and its accompanying roadmap for implementation. Next slide. So let me just round up my initial remarks here by emphasizing that advancing inclusive development requires a concerted, multi-pronged approach. Through SOMRDPE, we are empowering our rural communities and tackling poverty at its source. And through SOMSWAT, we are building a compassionate and resilient social infrastructure that protects the vulnerable. By integrating these efforts and all of our efforts, I believe we can collectively bridge the development gap and build a truly inclusive and prosperous ASEAN community for all. Thank you. Thank you, Your Excellency, especially for emphasizing the importance of empowering local communities, implementing innovative social welfare and development interventions, and also strengthening social protection as foundation for inclusivity. To complete this round, let us now look at how health as a cornerstone of well-being ensures that no one is left behind. May we invite His Excellency Dr. Ismuni to share how health sector is advancing inclusive development in ASEAN.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hannah, for great introduction on me. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, and very good morning, His Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, and fellow panelists. First of all, I would like to thank the organizer for inviting me for this prestige platform. For me as chair for the SOMHD, to share with you all what is actually an initiative from us in healthcare to ensure that health for all is actually relevant, especially for to ensuring that all the ASEAN having equal and accessible to health required for the ASEAN itself. So I would like to start with the visions of the ASCC. If we look into the vision of ASCC, which is building a resilient, innovative, dynamic, and people-centered ASEAN, is very, very relevant to us in healthcare. Because if we see in healthcare, we need the support from everybody, and we need to develop the resilience of ASEAN, especially resilient in terms of the diseases and also the identity of ASEAN itself. And on that top also, we need to bring all community to tackle of our own health in the ASEAN member state. Next slide, please. As chair for the ASEAN health sector, we in the health sectors is already planned properly, especially for the post-2015 health development agenda, whereby we already having our mission, clear mission, a healthy, caring, and sustainable ASEAN community. And this is actually the whole ASEAN in our community looking forward to ensure that the community in ASEAN healthy in the future. So with that, in our cluster, in our sector, we already put it into 4 clusters, which is the first cluster is promoting healthy lifestyle. This is actually the very, very important cluster, whereby under this cluster, we have 7 initiatives, starting from NCD, promoting the NCD, reduction tobacco, especially for us to one day, our dream is actually to let this region free from tobacco, free from vapes, and also prevention of injury, occupational health, mental health, which is the main issue now, and healthy and aging populations, promoting a good nutrition and healthy diet for the ASEAN member states, ASEAN members. The second cluster, which is response to all hazard and emergency threat, because we know that in health, we are not taking care of only the health, but also all the hazard and also the emergency, the threat of the health. And for this initiative, we have 6 initiatives under this, which is prevention of and control of both the communicable disease and emerging diseases, inclusive the rare disease, which is neglected tropical diseases, regional preparedness and response to the public emergency, combating antimicrobial resistance, environmental health and health impact assessment, and also disaster health management. And under cluster 3, strengthening health system and access to the care, the initiative under this cluster are traditional complementary medicine, reproductive, maternal, neonatal, and child health, universal health coverage, migrant health, which is one of the big issues in our region, pharmaceutical development to ensure that all the drugs is enough for our region, and a human resource for health, and also the digital health and health information system for our region. And the fourth one is actually under cluster 4, which is ensuring food safety for the whole region. Next slide. In order to do that, we realized that the challenges that we will be facing, especially in this region. The first one is because of demographic, very huge disparity of demographics in our region. And the first one is actually access to healthcare system. Yeah, some of our regions still having a problem in access to health system. And the second one will be equity. Equity for every single of ASEAN to get a proper standard treatment. And the third one is gap to be addressed in all the ASEAN, because we have disparity in the demographic, and for sure we have a lot of gaps among us. And the fourth one will be the health outcome itself. When we talk about non-communicable disease, communicable disease, and also the climate change. I think beyond the climate change, we're talking about the planetary issue now. And we also looking into the workforce shortage in ASEAN member states, and also the funding. As we know that the funding is actually nowadays the economic to fund the health is actually very, very much now. And I think this is one of priority that we're looking into in the ASEAN itself. And to make sure everything's in the vision will be achieved, then we need to work together, collaborate each other, and the most important thing, reduce the gap and bring back all the health issue, empowering the community and make sure the community will be benefit from all the program that we already planned for the ASEAN. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ismuni, for underscoring how health is central to both resilience and inclusive progress. So with these rich perspectives from our panelists, we are now ready to move deeper into discussion on the broader opportunities and challenges on advancing inclusive development in ASEAN. So allow me to take my seat and continue the discussion from there. So to begin our discussion, let me pose the first question to Dato Yusri. In your view, what are the main drivers of disparities and inequalities in ASEAN, and what practical measures should be pursued to address these gaps while maintaining our shared ASEAN identity?
Thank you very much, Ms. Hannah. For me, the main challenge in the region is uneven economic growth, which result in disparity among the ASEAN countries. Not entirely sole purview, but I believe that maintaining the shared ASEAN identity, we should continue to promote the sense of unity and diversity. I like to use the creative economy as the one of the potential means and way to address these societal gaps. This creative economy in ASEAN is essentially gender inclusive, with women comprising a substantial share of the workforce in the key subsectors such as handicraft, textile, culinary, performing arts, culture tourism, fashion, and emerging digital creative services. In several ASEAN member states, female participation reached up to 15 to 16%, often through micro and small enterprises, or as a traditional craftsmanship that symbolized a local heritage. The creative economy empower women to secure sustainable livelihood and actively shape the social economic future of their community. Such empowerment yield a multiplier effect, positioning gender inclusion in the creative economy as a strategic catalyst for narrowing the development gap and promoting equitable growth across the ASEAN. Besides that, geographic inclusivity is another defining feature that we can look at within the context of the creative economy. Creative industry can flourish in both urban and rural areas, with rural artisans or fashion designers selling products globally via e-commerce platform. Thankfully, the world we live in today enables us to collaborate virtually with counterparts all over the world. It is important to note that the creative goods and services are rooted in our shared heritage, languages, and artists' impression. Promoting this not only generate income, but also deepen appreciation of the ASEAN identity through cultural diversity, building a sense of belonging and mutual respect. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dato Yusri. From what you've mentioned, what I heard is that we need to really turn this cultural diversity into a unifying strength for our peoples in addressing these disparities. So building on that foundation, let us now look at how inclusive development can be operationalized at the community level. So for Madam Shikin and Dr. Ismuni, looking at the development within the context of the ASEAN Community Vision 2045 and the ASEAN Socio-Cultural Community Strategic Plan, how can ASEAN support community-driven development, particularly through digital innovation, entrepreneurship, employment, and health services at the local level?
Thank you very much. I think there are several initiatives that ASEAN can definitely implement to support more community-driven development. Now, there are several strategic initiatives, both under SOM RDPE as well as SOM SWAD. The first I alluded to in my introductory was the ASEAN Master Plan on Rural Development, which looks at the multidimensional aspects of rural development. Now, this emphasizes the integration of several key aspects. First, on food, nutrition, and security. Now, our rural communities are the bedrock of our region's food supply, and smallholder farmers producing up to 80%, I think, of the food in some of our member states. So therefore, we must strengthen rural infrastructure and promote more climate-resilient agriculture through initiatives that directly enhances ASEAN's regional food security. Second, sustainable rural-urban linkages. The relationship between our cities and rural areas is very much mutual. Rural areas supply the food, water, and labor, while urban centers provide the markets and services. However, there are challenges such as inefficient supply chains, which can lead to food loss and price volatility. By promoting more rural innovation, digitalization, for example, and local product development, I think we can strengthen these linkages, ensuring a better outcome for rural producers and more stable, affordable food supplies for our urban communities. The third aspect under this master plan is on climate change adaptation and disaster risk reduction. Rural populations whose livelihoods often depend on agriculture and natural resources are disproportionately more vulnerable to the impacts of climate change and natural disasters. Now, as we all know, ASEAN is one of the world's most at-risk regions for such events. So our work in rural development incorporates building the resilience of our communities by promoting sustainable land management, adopting climate-smart agricultural practices, and ensuring that early warning systems and disaster response mechanisms are, as guided by the ASEAN Agreement on Disaster Management and Emergency Response, are also effective at the village and community level. Now, the second initiative that can support community-driven development, also mentioned in my introductory remarks earlier, is the ASEAN Villages Network. We believe that the AVN has significant potential to accelerate community-driven development, cultural preservation, and creative economies if strategically expanded and properly funded. Because this framework outlines key programs and activities focusing on several items such as providing knowledge-sharing platform, capacity enhancement initiatives, promoting partnership development, and policy advocacy to highlight its role in advocating for policies that support rural development. Now, the third initiative, I didn't share it in my introductory remarks, but I believe it's quite pertinent to the question here on community development, is that under SOM SWAD, we also focus on the role of families, the role of the family institution in particular in community development. Now, for example, under the ASEAN Declaration on the importance of the family for community development and nation building, which we adopted in 2021 under the ASEAN Socio-Cultural Community Council, and which was also endorsed by the leaders during the 38th ASEAN Summit, it underscores the family as a foundational institution, which is crucial for both community cohesion and nation building across ASEAN member states. By formally recognizing the family as the basic unit of society, this declaration fosters stronger intra- and intergenerational bonds, promoting shared values of solidarity, mutual support, and also cultural heritage. And these elements are very much essential in shaping inclusive and connected communities. Now, furthermore, by emphasizing family welfare as foundational to societal well-being, this declaration also contributes to building resilience and within the communities. Families become the primary agents in managing local crises, such as natural disasters, public health emergencies, or even economic disruption. So therefore, they help to strengthen regional stability as well. thus supporting families, especially those vulnerable or suffering socio-economic disadvantages, really ensures inclusivity in community development. Because when families are supported, communities become more cohesive, and the broader nation-building vision of ASEAN as a people-oriented, people-centered community is advanced. So in essence, this declaration consolidates the role of the family as both the cornerstone of community welfare and a critical lever for nation building. And it nurtures social cohesion, it encourages resilient development, and it shapes policies that center the needs and potentials of families, therefore contributing to the deeper people-centered vision of the ASEAN community.
Okay, thank you, Hannah. In terms of health, I think, as I mentioned just now, in health we have a lot of challenges, especially for us to ensure that universal coverage is achieved by all the ASEAN member states, and also the health for all, for every single humans in the ASEAN. And because of that, we're still having, as I mentioned just now, we're still having accessibility and also equity. And in order to address this, yes, community is actually essential. So the initiative, as I mentioned just now, we already clustered into 4 clusters. And the main cluster where we involve a lot of community is actually in cluster 1, healthy lifestyle. And in order to make sure that we can achieve the universal coverage, the first thing I think we need to change our true north. The current north, which is going towards sick care, is no more relevant to healthcare. So what we need now is actually changing the true north into taking care of the healthy people. And that is the most important. Because if we waiting until these people sick, that will be very costly for all of us in all the region. And that's why for us it's very, very important for us to shift from sick care to health care. And if we can implement this, I think most of our budget and our manpower can be utilized properly. For example, I just quote for Malaysia itself. In order for us to manage the NCDs, non-communicable disease, nowadays the cost is about 64 billions for years. And if we make sure that every single of these people healthy, we can save that money. And how to do that? We have no other choice. Empower the community and review the gap and empower the community itself. And because if we can see in healthy lifestyle, we need to promote healthy in the community itself, ensuring that community always inactive, the 5 S, which is always said, sedentary, no smoking, no another one, salt and also the sugar, and also make sure that community performing a healthy lifestyle. That is the most crucial for us, to ensure we empower the community to taking care of their own health. And if they can taking care of their own health, then most of the burden on health we can reduce, and that will impact the whole accessibility of health. On the same time, technology. Yeah, we need a technology to help us to ensure that our accessibility, especially the telemedicine, and in Malaysia itself, we already embarked on this telemedicine, especially from the rural area, to ensure that the rural most people also accessible to the healthcare in Malaysia. And if we talk about the technology, I just quote the initiative bring by Malaysia to ASEAN and to the world, which is Lung Initiative. It's already approved by WHO this year. And if we see the Lung Initiative, we're looking into 2 perspectives. The NCD, the lung diseases caused by NCDs, and the lung diseases caused by NCDs. And if we look into this, we are using a lot of AI, especially the X-ray with AI support, especially in the rural area, and also the technology to help us to ensure that the lung health initiative can be proceed. So if we look into the whole health perspective, as I mentioned just now, the true north needs to be changed. From taking care too much on the sick care, we need to invest more on the health care, and on the same time empower our people to taking care of their own health, always positive, always in the healthy lifestyle. Then if we empower single members in the house and also community, I think the future of the health will be, especially for the accessibility to health and also health for all, will be, it's not only dream for ASEAN, but will be reality in one day. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Ismuni. I like what you mentioned about we need to evolve or transition from looking at the point of view from sick care to health care. So really tackling concerns for the ASEAN communities and the peoples would really involve a shift on behavior, on how we manage the problems and risks that we face. And especially what Madam Shikin mentioned earlier, putting importance to the basic unit, the family, because the family is the one who takes care of the children, the women, the men, and everyone in the family are the people who really will build the ASEAN community. So thank you very much. So going back to culture, let's explore how creativity itself can be harnessed as a driver for bridging development gaps. So Data Yusri, we note that ASEAN is rich in cultural heritage and creativity. How can we harness people's creativity and innovation as a driver of inclusive development, particularly in building development gaps and maximizing the potentials of ASEAN's people?
Thank you, Ms. Hannah. Thanks for the question. This question is very relevant to, for us today. I strongly believe that the good ecosystem should be in place to harness creativity and innovation. The keyword here is a good ecosystem. Reaping the benefit of the creative industry in this region, creating value from our rich cultural heritage, we can embrace inclusive development. The creative economy offers ASEAN a unique pathway to advance inclusive development and effectively bridge the development gap. Its people-centered nature enable participation across the different age group, gender, and geographic location, while transforming creativity, heritage, and innovation into the sustainable livelihood. Thank you.
Thank you, Dato Yusri. So good ecosystem, you mentioned about that. And we really need to harness culture and creativity, but recognizing it not just ASEAN's pride, but also engines of growth for inclusion. So let us now shift to social welfare and social protection, which addresses the needs of those who are at most risk. So Madam Shikin, from the perspective of social welfare and social protection, how can ASEAN build on existing policies to better safeguard the well-being of people in vulnerable and at-risk situations?
Thank you very much for the question. Now, earlier I alluded to a few initiatives that I think can be quite pertinent to answering this question. Now, ASEAN, as I mentioned earlier, has made quite significant strides in strengthening social protection. The ASEAN Declaration on Strengthening Social Protection, it anchors our commitment to affirm the right of all people in ASEAN to a social protection. Now, this declaration to us is not just a statement of principle. It is operationalized through the regional framework and action plan to implement, and it focuses on key strategic measures, including improving social insurance, both for formal and informal workers, expanding social assistance for the poor and vulnerable, and increasing access to social services for all, including persons with disabilities, the elderly, and children. So our goal is to build an adaptive and inclusive social protection system that reduces poverty, mitigates risk, and contributes to a more equitable and resilient ASEAN community. Now, when we talk about vulnerable groups, let me just use some examples here, focusing on two key groups, elderly and persons with disabilities. Now, on persons with disability, ASEAN is very much committed to protect and empower them. And our guiding framework here on promoting disability inclusive development is through the ASEAN Enabling Master Plan 2025. So we are quite pleased with the outcome of the midterm review. As I mentioned earlier, 71% of our planned actions have already been largely completed or have seen significant action. And we believe that we see the outcome of this review as helping us to shape the development of our post-2025 ASEAN disability agenda, ensuring that disability inclusion is not just an afterthought, but it is a core component of our collective vision for the future. Now, the ASEAN Political Security Community has reported the highest level of completion, having accomplished 88% of its completed action. And one of the key areas of focus of the actions reported by ASEAN sectoral bodies under the APSC was very much on raising awareness of the rights of persons with disabilities. And sectoral bodies have organized numerous trainings and workshops across the region and educating communities about the fundamental rights of persons with disabilities, including their right to participate persons with disabilities. We also see tangible progress across various ASEAN member states at the national level, enacting new laws, developing national strategies, and enhancing accessibility in critical areas. Now, this review also provides a candid assessment of where we must focus our efforts in. A significant gap does remain in the ASEAN economic community with only a 37% completion rate. Now, this is quite critical as economic empowerment, employment, and entrepreneurship are very much fundamental to genuine inclusion and bridging development gap. Other persistent challenges identified through the review includes the lack of disability disaggregated data, which really hinders our ability to formulate more evidence-based policy making, as well as resource and capacity constraints. But nonetheless, these findings provide us with a clear roadmap, which we will use to target the remaining gaps and strengthen our data collection mechanisms and what we need to do further. Now, the other vulnerable group is on our elderly. ASEAN really is aging rapidly, and our elderly population has risen from 5.3% in 2000 to 7.5% in 2022. So therefore, addressing the needs of an aging population is critical, if we want to move forward and achieve the vision of no one left behind. Because it affects healthcare, it affects social security, and also economic growth. So older women, especially, are more prone, to vulnerabilities because of income, assets, and pension gaps. And this is very much clear across many ASEAN regions. So ASEAN is actively addressing these challenges through various regional frameworks, such as the Kuala Lumpur Declaration on Aging, and also the Comprehensive Framework on Care Economy, which promotes caregiver support, age-friendly communities, and protection against elderly abuse. However, the care economy, encompassing childcare, elder care, healthcare, and domestic work, we feel is a critical yet often undervalued sector in ASEAN. With aging populations, the rising female workforce participation, and persistent gender inequalities, strengthening the care economy is essential, moving forward for inclusive growth, social welfare, and gender equity. So finally, aside from talking about what we are doing for our vulnerable groups, we are also doing a lot more to strengthen our social workers, our frontline responders. So we are committed to enhancing the social work profession. ASEAN has placed a strong emphasis in increasing the professionalism of the social welfare workforce across the region. And the cornerstone of our effort here in this area is through the Hanoi Declaration on strengthening social work for cohesive and responsive ASEAN community, as well as its accompanying roadmap for implementation. And this framework guides our collective actions to formally recognize social work as a profession, enhance the quality of our social work education, and develop a competent and well-supported workforce across ASEAN. This is critical as social workers are increasingly called upon to address complex and cross-cutting challenges. A prime example is their role in climate action, where the ASEAN region, as I mentioned earlier, is one of the world's most vulnerable. So to this end, we have actually developed a specific guidance on the role of social workers in disaster risk reduction and climate resilience. So this shows our commitment to not only strengthening the profession in general, but also equipping it with specific tools needed to respond to the more pressing issues facing our communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Shikin. It's good that you mentioned that there are existing policies, mechanisms, structures, and also the people who are really there to carry forward our initiatives on social protection, social welfare and development for our ASEAN people. So with that, let us now proceed to a common concern for our panelists and for the sectors, which is digital inclusion. So earlier, Dr. You mentioned about the use of AI in dealing with non-communicable diseases or NCD. So maybe you could share more about that or any other use of AI for healthcare.
Thank you, Ms. Hannah. Yeah, if we see the health is actually very dynamic and very challenging because the changes of the diseases occurs. We're just having the COVID-19 and we still have a lot of rare diseases. We have the re-emergence of tuberculosis, and we also having a problems of NCD now, especially cancer and everything. And because of that, we cannot run away from technologies. We cannot run away because, as I mentioned to you all, the technologies remain as one of important platform for us to explore and to use to help us in terms of the diagnostic and treatments of our patient. And because of that, as I mentioned to you all just now, and we are using a lot of technologies now in terms of AI, in the X-ray, in the telecommunication and everything to ensure that the best possible treatment will be given to all the member states. And out of that, in ASEAN, we have 4 clusters. And the third cluster is looking on the strengthening health system. And this will be looking into what best the innovation and technology will be used in the enhancing the health of ASEAN member states. And to make sure that all these initiatives can be enjoyed and can be used by all the member ASEAN states. So what we do is actually situational analysis, a very frequent situational analysis to see what is the gap. And out of that, we also sharing among our member states in terms of knowledge, in terms of research, innovations, and technology itself. And we also collaborate among our member states. We sometimes we partnerships within us and also harmonization among us because together will be a lot of things we can do, but if you're alone, it's very, very difficult for us to focus, especially when we talk about health without any health for all for ASEAN member states. Thank you.
Madam Shikin, would you like to add something about innovation?
Thank you very much. Your question is on digital inclusion, right? And it's the role that it can play in closing the development gap. I think digital inclusion is very much a game changer. And since I'm sitting here offering a perspective of our rural communities, what we can do to help our rural communities and our vulnerable groups, you know, for me, we see digital inclusion as offering a pathway to reducing disparities, empowering marginalized communities, and fostering a more cohesive regional identity. However, if we fail to address the rural-urban divide, the gender gaps, infrastructure limitations, this can prevent millions from accessing these opportunities. So there are many ways I feel that ASEAN can harness digital tools to bridge these development gaps, to uplift our vulnerable groups and to cultivate this shared ASEAN identity. But ASEAN must narrow the digital divide by addressing, for example, connectivity gaps, especially for rural areas, ensuring affordability for the poor, enhancing digital literacy for the elderly, and addressing content barriers, including more accessible or disability-friendly technology, because this is often overlooked. Because digital inclusion is more than just about the technology, the devices. It's about dignity. It's about providing the access. It's about providing the opportunity and very much, creating a platform for unity by ensuring that everyone, and by that I mean everyone, rural, urban, women, migrant workers, farmers, persons with disabilities, can access and benefit from the digital revolution. I believe ASEAN can close the development gaps faster, strengthen our collective identity through shared digital spaces, and become a global model for more equitable tech growth.
Thank you, Excellencies, for your valuable insights. At this point, we would like to open the floor for questions or reflections for our participants here in this grand ballroom or those online. For our colleagues joining online, you may type your questions in the chat box and our MC will read them aloud for our panelists. Madam? Kindly proceed to the mic on.
Hello. Thank you, speakers, for the wonderful insights. I'm Farah Nabila from ISIS Malaysia. So I have a question, specifically probably to Ms. Haja Ashikin. I have a question about the invisible labor that's happening in the household, specifically referring to the unpaid care work that's actually generating the household production. So I think there's a lot of benefits to focus in this unpaid care work that can actually reach multiple objectives. One is providing a labor supply, especially as we are becoming an aging population. So we have shortages of workforce. So they will be able to provide a good, productive labor supply for the market production in itself. And it could also resolve issues with nutrition, especially as we are facing a lot of highly processed foods. So there's multiple dimensions that can be achieved if we actually first start by acknowledging the unpaid care work that's happening in the household itself. So I'm wondering, from the regional level, are there any thoughts or efforts to acknowledge this by perhaps accounting this labor in our national accounting or GDP itself, so that from there, I believe then we could do policy design such as social protection, etc., that could support the existing family arrangement or arrangement in the family unit that is already the current practice in the ASEAN region in itself. So my question is really whether we have any efforts to acknowledge and recognize the unpaid care work that's very much undervalued, but it's actually the backbone of our economy. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your question. Yes, absolutely. We agree with what has been highlighted there. In my earlier statement, I said that the care economy is very much undervalued. It's critical, but it's still very much undervalued. So there have been several initiatives through SWAT, for example, the framework on care, ASEAN framework on care, Declaration on the framework of the care economy, and which seeks to recognize and acknowledge the importance of care work, as contributing to the development, economic development of the region. So not just from the social factor, but also how it can contribute to the GDP as opportunities for employment and such. So since then, there have been several initiatives. I won't be able to answer your question on whether there are efforts, to calculate or to consider the contribution of the care economy into countries' financial accounts or GDP. But for a start, certainly under the social welfare and development track, we are seeking to strengthen further the acknowledgement of care work and the potential, especially for our unemployed, our youth, in entering into the sphere of the care economy. The importance of the unpaid care work, this very much blew up during the COVID pandemic because we recognize, especially because of the gender imbalance, more women are doing unpaid care work than men. And during COVID, women had to do multiple responsibilities. So the aspect of their responsibilities, the work that they're doing at home, is not taken into account, So yes, we very much agree with the importance of acknowledging the importance of care work, and we hope to be able to do more, to do further in strengthening and identifying specific initiatives or programs or even sectors that can contribute this. And we hope to be able to work closely with the ASEAN Economic Community, because when it comes to developing sectors, industries, it is very much within the ambit of the ASEAN Economic Community. So while we can certainly work towards escalating the importance of acknowledging this sector, the potential for its economic contribution to the economy is something that we hope our colleagues in the ASEAN Economic Community can also acknowledge. But thank you for your question.
Thank you. I think we have time for one more.
Okay. Good afternoon. My name is Wong. I'm the Executive Director of the National Council for the Blind Malaysia. I was fortunate to be appointed by the government as the national consultant to write the midterm review of the ASEAN Enabling Master Plan. Congratulations that the midterm review, we heard that 71% of the targets has been largely completed or significantly completed. My question is, as we coming to the end review of the master plan in 2025, what are the plans for post-2025? Whether are we thinking of extending the enabling master plan, or are we thinking of coming up with a new plan which will be in tandem with the ASEAN Community Vision 2045? So what are the just initial thoughts? It might not be some concrete decision, but what are the initial thoughts moving forward? Thank you.
Go ahead, Madam Shikin, as our SOMSWAD chair.
Thank you very much. I'm assuming that question was for me. The ASEAN Enabling Master Plan, even though it finished in 2025, it doesn't mean that our work stops there. As I said earlier, the recent midterm review that was conducted helped identify the progress that we have made, and at the same time also identified the remaining gaps, the areas that we must focus on, such as in the ASEAN Economic Community, because it relates to the importance of creating more entrepreneurship, employment, and empowering our disabled community to thrive and flourish if we are to achieve a true ASEAN Community Vision by 2045. So the question is particularly with regards to what is our plan now that the ASEAN Enabling Master Plan has, quote unquote, expired. So I just want to share here, since we've done the midterm review, we are looking at the results from that and seeing where we can move forward in terms of coming up with a successor plan, or what kind of agenda should we formulate in order to align with the ASEAN Community Vision 2045. At this stage, we don't yet have a specific document or a title or the initiative to be called, but certainly in the initial discussions amongst the senior officials, there are
there is an openness to, there is definitely an agreement that we need to have some kind of a successor document. Perhaps it will still be called the ASEAN Enabling Master Plan or something different, but the context of promoting disability inclusive development will still very much be high on the agenda of some SWAT. So it doesn't, our work has not finished in 2025. It will still continue because we know that more needs to be done.
Thank you for the question. I think the same goes to health sector because as I mentioned just now, health is actually very dynamic. We cannot stop at 2025. We never stop at 2025. What we do, last month we had a meeting, some HD meeting in Kuala Lumpur, and we already prepared for the whole report on the performance of post-2015, and we are in the process of identifying gaps and come up with a new strategy, which is in the line, and expected to be tabled by next year in Penang when we have another SOMHD meeting next year. So waiting for the new approach, we will be strengthening the whole initiative, as I mentioned just now, Cluster 1, Cluster 2, Cluster 3, we'll be enhancing on that, and we'll be focused on how we change our true north from the sick care to healthcare. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Hannah, there is a question from one of our online participants. And this question is from the ASEAN Trade Union Council, ATUC, through Zoom. And the question reads, what concrete mechanisms will be put in place to ensure the direct participation of trade unions and worker organizations in the implementation and monitoring of the ASCC strategic plan at all levels?
Okay, that's an excellent question. We may not have enough time to fully unpack it here for this session. However, it will surely feed into the continuing dialogue for panel number 2. So for the person who posted that question, stay tuned for panel 2. Okay? Before we finish this session, I think my boss has a question for Dr. Ismuni. Go ahead, ma'am.
Morning. Yeah, good morning. My question is for Dr. Ismuni. One of the gaps that you've presented earlier, and congratulations for all the presentations, is the shortage of workforce, because it's a reality that most of our medical practitioners are moving out to other countries offering bigger salaries and other benefits. And I think this is also happening with the social workers. So what are the mechanisms that you are looking at in the future to prevent the out-migration of our medical and other practitioners, social work practitioners, to ensure that we will be able to provide the excellent and basic services and also the accessibility of these basic services to the different sectors? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. I see this question into two angles. The positive vibes, that shows that our workforce is very good. So everyone in the world aiming for our people from this region to be working with them. So meaning that our workforce and our training in our country, in our region is actually excellence. And that is actually the positive vibes that we need to look into. So if the people said we are not quality, I don't think it's so, because most of our people working in abroad, especially in terms of health. And the negative one, we lost a lot of people because of the pull factors outside. And for sure that we cannot compete with some of the country because the offer is actually very much compared to what we're able to pay for them. And for this contact, we in the ASEAN, we are looking this issue seriously. Because of that, the cluster 3 is looking into the system, how we can protect our own people by giving the incentive, and also how best we collaborate, we partner among our ASEAN member states, and how best we pooling
pulling our people. And this is not this will not done by overnight. This will be a lot of negotiation meetings among the senior officer to look into how best we harmonize, how best we pool our resources, not only for human resource, but also for drugs, for everything. The initiative is there, and we need to more focus. And I think a good suggestion from you to see this, to put this into our next post-2015, especially when we plan further beyond 2025 agenda. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. So for the last question, or for the closing message of our panelists, as we look forward to the ASEAN Community Vision 2045, what single transformative action or commitment do you believe ASEAN must prioritize to ensure that no one is left behind in our journey towards inclusive development? You may start.
Thank you, Ms. Hannah. I think I already mentioned the most most reformation that we need to do is actually changing our true north from sick care to healthcare. And the last one will be, we must remember public health no longer the system serving the people, but it's about people shaping the system. So back to community health, future for public health, for health, back to the community. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Hannah. That's a very strong question. And I think to answer it, I would just like to re-emphasize, you know, the question that you raised earlier previously on digital inclusion, because if ASEAN genuinely wants to ensure that no one is left behind in realizing the ASEAN Community Vision 2045, the single most transformative action that we should prioritize is digital inclusion. Because in other words, guaranteeing universal, affordable, accessible, and equitable access to quality digital infrastructure for all, including those in the rural communities, is important. By 2045, we can expect that development, jobs, education, healthcare, and even governance all will be driven largely by digital connectivity. So if some communities remain disconnected or lack the digital literacy, they will risk being permanently excluded from growth. Therefore, digital equity is transformative because it empowers marginalized communities, such as those in rural populations, women, youth, persons with disabilities, even micro and small business owners, you know, to be able to participate in the digital economy. So to boost inclusive growth and to future-proof ASEAN, you know, what with our current concerns around AI, cybersecurity, and digitalization shaping the future of work, we must focus on digital inclusion for all.
Okay, by realizing the potential on both of the traditional cultural asset and the modern digital opportunity, this sector empower community in the less developed area to integrate into the regional and global value chain. This not only stimulate economic growth, but also foster social cohesion, enhance our cultural appreciation, and strengthening the ASEAN identity. Looking ahead, positioning the creative economy as a strategic priority within ASEAN development agenda will be unlock the sector full potential to generate quality job, diversity income sources, encourage sustainable practices. It's important that we realize the creative economy potential is not only a driver for economic development, but also a means of bridging the development gap by providing accessible, adaptable, and culturally rooted opportunity for all segments of society within the region. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So on behalf of the organizers, I would like to extend my gratitude to our dear panelists for sharing their expertise and perspectives, and to all participants, both here and online, for your thoughtful engagement. So today's discussion has reminded us that advancing inclusive development and bridging ASEAN's development gap requires both bold commitments and practical community-centered actions. As noted by our speakers, we need actions that shape systems that will ensure inclusiveness and participation of everyone, especially in the communities. But we all know that this inclusive progress cannot happen in isolation. And sustain these gains, ASEAN must continue to build strong partnerships and strengthen collective resilience to emerging challenges. So this is a natural bridge for our next panel discussion, where we will explore how partnerships and resilience can reinforce our shared vision for a people-centered and inclusive, sustainable ASEAN. Thank you, everyone, and have a good day ahead. Marami pong salamat.
Thank you very much, Ms. Hannah. We would like to have our panelists as well as our moderator for a group photograph on the stage. And ladies and gentlemen, please join me by giving a round of applause to our panelists. His Excellency Dato' Muhammad Yusri bin Muhammad Yusof, Her Excellency Ms. Hajah Noor Arshikin binti Haji Johari, and His Excellency Dr. Ismuni bin Bohari, together with our moderator, Ms. Hannah Girai Carcido. And we also like to take this opportunity to thank our online participants of this regional forum. Thank you very much. Once again, let's give them a big round of applause. Thank you, and you may now return to your seats. And I would like to take this opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, if the camera can zoom in to this very nice mascot that we have here, who has been keeping me company since this morning. If you can see here, if the camera can zoom in, zoom, bang, zoom, okay? Just like, I would like to introduce to you Jabot, J-A-B-O-T, the mascot of the ASEAN-Japan friendship, symbolizing Japan's close collaboration with ASEAN, and it also represents the Japan-ASEAN Integration Fund 3.0, which supports key initiatives, including today's regional forum under the ASCC strategic plan with the support of the government of Japan. And with that, we'd like to take this opportunity to thank Your Excellency Kiya Masahiko, the Ambassador of Japan to ASEAN, for bringing Jabot to today's regional forum. Let's give a big round of applause, please. Thank you, Jabot, for keeping me company. And we shall now, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we shall now move on to the next session. Panel discussion 2, reinventing cooperation and partnership in the context of ACV 2045. And we'd like to invite our moderator for this session, Dr. Christina Yeo Kenyon, to the stage, as well as the panelists. We'd like to invite and welcome Her Excellency Elizabeth Buen Su Keso, His Excellency Tan Sri Nazir Raza, Mr. Minamiguchi Naoki, and Ms. Marlene Ramirez to the stage. Let's give them a big round of applause, please. Now, this panel discussion 2, reinventing cooperation and partnership in the context of ACV 2045, will explore the importance of strengthening and diversifying partnerships to advance ACV 2045 and the 4 strategic plan. And with that, Dr. Christina, the stage is yours.
Phew, that was a very long session for session 1. I think Madam Ashikin has been feeling the heat. Okay, hold on. Okay, His Excellency Kiya Masahiko, Ambassador of Japan to ASEAN, Excellencies, esteemed panelists, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Salam Malaysia Madani and Salam ASEAN to everyone here and online as well. Not the best timing because it's almost lunchtime, but I need to carry on with my assignment to moderate panel discussion 2. Ladies and gentlemen, as alluded by our AACC Council Chair as well as the Secretary General of ASEAN and Ambassador Kia earlier this morning. The launching of the ACV 2045 and our ASCC strategic plan is just the beginning. We are a bloc of 680 million population. That is almost 9% of the world population, bigger than the EU. And the good news is 60% of this population are aged 35 and below. And being the 5th largest economy globally with a combined GDP of USD 4.1 trillion, ASEAN hosts 20% of the world's biodiversity. These figures tell a lot about our region's potential and global standing. As a bloc, we need to work together towards realizing our 20-year vision together, by the people, for the people. But our current model of cooperation, is it still relevant? Can our partnership with our multi-stakeholders be further strengthened for the next 10 to 20 years? Ladies and gentlemen, hence, the topic of a panel discussion today for session 2, Reinventing Cooperation and Partnership in the context of ACV 2045. This panel will explore the importance of strengthening and diversifying partnerships to support the ASCC strategic plan and ACV 2045, as well as towards achieving ASEAN's ambitious goals, which requires broader and more inclusive partnerships among governments, civil society, the private sector, and other developmental partners. This discussion will center on fostering public-private people partnership, 4Ps, no longer 3Ps, 4Ps, and also the innovative and sustainable financing mechanisms and multi-stakeholder. Allow me to introduce my line of esteemed panelists. The first one, Ambassador Elizabeth, the eminent person of the Philippines to the high-level task force on ASEAN Post-2025 Vision. Ambassador Elizabeth has been with the Philippine Foreign Service for over 43 years. She was formerly Undersecretary or Vice Minister for Bilateral Relations and ASEAN Affairs and Philippines SOM leader. She was also Assistant Secretary for European Affairs. Ambassador Elizabeth was Ambassador Permanent Representative of the Philippines to ASEAN for over 6 years. She has served in various capacities across different countries, which include Laos PDR, Singapore, Norway, Denmark, Iceland, Brussels, Beijing, and Hong Kong. Recipient of several awards, including the Presidential Grand Cross, Gawat Kamanong, I hope I pronounced it correctly, rank of Commander in 2017, Ambassador Elizabeth also authored a book entitled ASEAN Centrality, an autoethnographic account by a Philippine diplomat. So yes, we have a very right person here to speak about ASEAN centrality and institutional strengthening mechanism to realize the ACV 2045 and how ASEAN shall continue to expand and deepen its external relationship and engagements. I will introduce the subsequent panelists as we go along. So the floor is yours, Ambassador.
Thank you very much, Dr. Christine. I received the invitation to come to this forum maybe 3 days ago, last Thursday. And because the ASCC pillar is my favorite pillar in ASEAN, I said yes. Therefore, I didn't come with a prepared statement. I'll just speak from the heart and from my experience of ASEAN, because our topic requires an extraordinary dedication to ASEAN, because it's institutional issues. That means to say the results are not immediately gratifying. You don't see the effect quite visibly in one go. So I will be sharing with you my experience as an ASEAN diplomacy practitioner with focus on institutional issues. But before that, let me give you a comprehensive, just a glimpse of what we have done, how we did it, and what frame of mind were we in when we didn't just write the ACV 2045. We debated, we negotiated, we quarreled, especially me. I was the nagger of the HLTF. We consulted, and then we synthesized the ACV 2045. May we have a few slides? I have 5 slides with your indulgence. While waiting for the slides, let me just mention a few institutional issues that are of relevance to our discussions here. We may not have enough time to discuss them all, but I'll just mention to you, and if you're interested, we'll in the second or third round, we can discuss them in detail. And this has something to do with, this is a random order, with the monitoring and evaluation. How successful have we been in our implementation of our Vision 2045? Another important issue is cross-pillar and cross-sectoral coordination, which has been the sore gap in the blueprints. 2025 ASEAN Community Vision. And the third issue on institutional strengthening is cascading this, meaning involving the private sector and CSOs in ASEAN and in the implementation of ACV 2045. And I'm very glad that it is the ASCC pillar that has been the first to cascade, to bring to the stakeholders. I can see a majority. I don't see many of my kind here, my diplomats. I don't see many diplomats here. It's a good sign. That means to say that the stakeholders are here, CSOs, private organizations. I see some students at the back, so that's good. So this is the first attempt by ASEAN to cascade ACV 2045. We launched it in May, and it's only August, and here we are, cascading this to the real stakeholders of ASEAN. And the most crucial issue is funding of ASEAN community building. Forging a master strategy in the next 20 years for a regional grouping with so diverse backgrounds, economically, politically, socio-culturally, is a Herculean endeavor. And so therefore, when the leaders tasked us to look at this and come up with ASEAN Vision 2045, it wasn't called ASEAN Vision 2045 in the beginning. It was called Post-2025. Because we didn't know then that it was going to be 20 years. I heard some criticism. With all these changes, rapidly changing our lives, impacting our lives. In the earlier session, we talked about AI. How can you have a 20-year vision? Too long, some people said. And so don't be worried. The 20-year vision, the whole attitude towards writing the crafting the ACV 2045 is to have a strategic approach. Even the name strategic plan was carefully chosen. I'll tell you why later on. But we wanted to have a strategic view of the next 45 years, but we allowed each pillar to adjust when they can start reviewing or changing or modifying the strategic plans as they saw fit. So do we have the slides already? First slide is, I want to show you, I was looking for, there are limited copies, the compendium, the yellow colored, do you have a copy? But look at the round globe there. There's a hologram there. It is not just one document. It is a compendium of 6 documents, actually. And there you have them. You have the KL Declaration on ACV 2045, which was signed by the leaders last May 26 in this city. And then you have the ACV 2045, Dynamic, Innovative, Responsible, and People-Centered. This was issued during the chairmanship of Indonesia in 2023. So it was included. It's included in the compendium. Then the four strategic plans, APSC strategic plan, AEC, ASCC, and the ASEAN Connectivity. One important side comment here, but I'd like to give importance to this. For the first time, the connectivity paper is now called a strategic plan, elevating connectivity as one of the 4 pillars of ASEAN. In the past, it has been treated like a poorer cousin of the other 3 pillars. Now, it has been elevated to the rank of a pillar, and so it's now called the ASEAN Connectivity Strategic Plan. There were 5 actually drafters of these various documents, and the high-level task force was like the conductor of an orchestra, trying to find seamless coordination among the various drafters of this entire compendium. Why strategic plan? Why is it called strategic plan? Why are they called strategic plans? I'm proud to say that the term strategic plan came from the Philippines, because as I said earlier, we wanted to be strategic in our vision, in our purpose. We laid out the vision, we stated them in strategic measures, and stated the strategic goals, and we provided practical, realistic actions to realize those strategic goals. I'll give you examples if I have time later on. Next slide. As I said, in the earlier part of our work, we came up with the recommendations on institutional strengthening. Maybe that's where you'd like to focus later on. Because in these recommendations, we came up with some innovative ways to fund the ASEAN Community Building project. And then the Leaders' Declaration on ACV 2445, as I mentioned earlier, was hatched in Indonesia during their chairmanship in 2023. Next. Okay. I was speaking to you earlier about the format of the 4 strategic plans. We tried as much as possible to have a uniform format, because we wanted to translate the vision in all the pillars with the same, looking forward, with the same vision to accomplish, looking forward in 2045. So we stated strategic goals, and we came up with strategic objectives and strategic measures and activities to implement the goals. I am very happy to say that it is, I think, only the ASCC pillar which has completed their matrix of specific action lines to implement their strategic plan. But you heard earlier that although they have a complete list of action plans, because it is, as you have heard in the adage, the taste of the pudding is in the eating. I don't want to speak with rhetorical eloquence here. I'd like us to translate the strategic plan into specific reality. How specifically could you, the stakeholders of ASEAN, participate in the realization of ACV 2045? How? It is through number 4, activities to implement the goals, specific action lines, specific projects. How to do that? If I have time later, I'll share with you. And then next slide. I think this is my second to the last slide. Don't worry. I used to have 60 slides, but I was instructed to give you only 5. No? Before we even sat down to craft ACV 2045, we made a list of all the mega trends and challenges that confront ASEAN in the political, security, economic, and socio-cultural and connectivity arenas. And we have come up with at least 16 of these mega trends and challenges. And this was how we framed the strategic plans, having in mind these mega trends and challenges. You mentioned some of them already in the first session. The omnipresence of digital AI, digital transformation in every aspect of life, from political, security, to economic, to social-cultural. And then this one is for diplomats like us, major power rivalries, and we're witnessing several big issues in our day now. Food, water, energy security, poverty, widening development gaps. These are some of them. Natural disasters, climate change, environmental degradation, pandemics, communicable and non-communicable, we already discussed, increased world population, etc., etc. So many, I have no time to discuss them. What I'd like to say is that even before we crafted ACV 2045, we already made ourselves aware, and we framed our strategic plans according to the presence of these mega trends and challenges. So I'd like to look at the last slide that I gave, if you were able, oh sorry, it was not included anymore. Anyway, I mentioned it at the beginning of my talk. I was saying that the institutional issues that are of relevance to our discussion today would be the monitoring and evaluation, well, I'm starting from the end, no? Monitoring and evaluation of our ACV 2045. How sure are you that you are reaching the goals that you have set for yourselves? Again, ASCC stands out in this area, thanks to the leadership of Dr. Christina and the Philippine counterpart, Madam Hannah. I see her every day and then I forget her name. Old age. I'm 70 years old. Please forgive me. Anyway, they have come up with an online monitoring and evaluation so that you, the stakeholders, can put a tick, can vote whether the specific goal that they set up to do is being done or not. But the HLTF allowed each of the 4 pillars to develop their own monitoring and evaluation system scheme because each pillar is different. But I am pointing out the unique feature of the ASCC monitoring evaluation team in the sense that they allow the stakeholders to participate in the monitoring and the evaluation. And then cross-pillar and cross-sectoral coordination. We have been harping on this issue for years and years, even for decades. It has not happened. I saw in the earlier ACV 2025 that they also mentioned cross-pillar. It's almost a mantra. You always say cross-pillar, cross-sectoral coordination, but it didn't happen. How sure are we that it's going to happen this time in ACV 2045? I personally have been very, critical member of the HLTF by always harping on cross-pillar, because there are dozens and dozens of issues that have cross-pillar and cross-sectoral implications. Climate change, for one. Ambassador, I was in Japan the other time, in end of March, and I was asked, Japan is a declining partner of ASEAN. How come? I said, oh, it's a decline. It used to be #1 economic partner. But did you know that Japan is now our top climate change ally, climate change partner? So what I'm saying is that climate change has various phases, various ways. We can tackle climate change from the political security perspective because it's a threat. It's a non-traditional threat to our security. From the economic point of view, because there are economic implications of climate change. And of course, its traditional home was the ASCC pillar and also connectivity. So what we are saying is that cross-pillar and cross-sectoral coordination is a very strong institutional issue that we must not lay aside. How did we ensure in the ACV 2045 that this is going to be given its proper attention this time? We came up with a matrix of cross-sectoral and cross-pillar issues, and we identified which sector and which pillar is going to co-implement it together with the lead. For example, climate change. Is that my bell? Sorry,
yeah.
okay, I'll end with one sentence.
Thank you, Ambassador.
Yeah. Anyway, what is my the last one is funding. The most important one, I'll discuss it in the next round. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ambassador. Ambassador Elizabeth reminded us about how important these cross-sector and cross-pillar workings are given predominance for this 20-year blueprint. I think we continue to enhance and learn better. We used to have a blueprint 2025, but we noticed that there seemed to be a disconnect in terms of translating vision to implementation, and we want to do better for the next 10, 20 years. We can, over lunch, we can always discuss with Ambassador more about, because she's gone through the details, the process for the past 2 years plus on cultivating the ACV 2045. Without further ado, let me introduce our second panelist, Tan Sri Nazir Razak. Our second panelist actually needs no further introduction. He is the chairman of the ASEAN Business Advisory Council, or ASEAN BAC. Did I pronounce it correctly, Tan Sri? ASEAN BAC. Tan Sri was the group CEO and chairman of CIMB, where he transformed CIMB from a local investment bank to the 5th largest universal bank in ASEAN, the largest Asia-Pacific-based investment bank, and a world leader in Islamic finance. He served on the investment panel of the Employers Provident Fund and the board of Khazanah. Tan Sri Nazir is currently the chairman of PLS Plantations and Bank Pembangunan Malaysia Berhad, a development finance institution. Well recognized as a banker and corporate leader, Tan Sri Nazir started the ASEAN Business Club and was the inaugural chair of the World Economic Forum ASEAN Regional Strategy Group. The list would go on, but yes, we wish to hear from you on how ASEAN can scale up and diversify its existing and emerging partnership, particularly with the private sector, the non-government, the private sector, social enterprises and philanthropic organizations to complement or supplement our existing funding mechanisms in advancing our ASCC goals. Over to you, Tan Sri.
Thank you, Christina. Assalamualaikum. And thank you for having me today. I'm really glad that we have this Elizabeth talking about the ACV 2045 and how it was crafted And the reason I agreed to come today, because I noticed that the focus very much is on how to implement this. You know, it's very, very important, because I come from a history of someone who, based on ASEAN planning, was promised so much and got terribly frustrated. Yeah, the ASEAN Economic Community, which was in the Charter in 2007, and what was delivered in 2015 was very, very different. AEC fell very, very short. And I'd just like to say, for business people, when you have these kind of plans, you make these kind of promises, we then build it into our business plans, and when you fall short, we pay, you know, it's very, very costly. Yeah, in many respects, if you reflect on the business I built, which was CIMB, by 2015, we had covered the whole of ASEAN, and we were ready. But when 2015 came, we were kind of like all dressed up with nowhere to go. Yeah, because ASEAN, in terms of free movement of people, free movement of skilled labor, single production base, etc., was really not what was promised. Yeah, so I really hope this time you take those lessons from the past and make sure that it's implemented. And I'm really glad that you have these monitoring mechanisms. You have the review mechanisms in the 3 pillars, and I hope that those are enforced. Now, when I reflect back on the past again, you know, what went wrong? Why wasn't it implemented? And I think it's important that when we think of the implementing this plan, we take those lessons into account. You know, ASEAN does a terrible job in being completely honest with itself. Yeah, we're all very shy about sort of admitting why we don't get along, why we quarreled, etc. I'm sure you don't, but most people do. And I think that's a shortcoming. And I've been at ASEAN meetings where, you know, I propose something, everybody agrees. And then when I leave the meeting, I was told that nobody agreed. Yeah. You know, this kind of honesty and transparency is somewhat lacking in ASEAN, and that, I think, hinders implementation. I also think that when you do planning, very important to be grounded in socio-political reality. If you look at many of the things that were said in the ASEAN Economic Community plan, it wasn't grounded in reality. The idea that we could have free movement of skilled labor was very, very theoretical. It was never going to happen. Yeah. So why do we promise that? Yeah. I think we should be realistic in terms of what we can promise. In terms of the this ACV 2045, I noted some commentary there about treatment of migrant workers and those that become stateless, and how well we ought to treat them, etc. And I think that's really good ambition. But have you spoken to the home offices, right? Immigration departments in the various countries? I think their views will be very different. So these kind of realities I'm concerned about. And I think the other reason why we fell short is because of lack of leadership. The leadership structure in ASEAN is an issue. If you look at the ASEAN, and it happens in ASEAN BAC as well, we have this chairmanship problem. Every year, the chairman changes. ASEAN Sec Gen is 5 years. It's like you run a company where, you know, the chairman changes every year. Yeah, the CEO doesn't change. CEO changes every 5 years, but the chairman changes every year. But structurally, all power is with the chairman. The agenda is dictated by the chairman. The implementation is dictated by the chair countries. So how do you really get continuity? Yeah, if you look at many of the agenda that Malaysia is proposing this year, has moved this year, I'm quite concerned whether it will be carried over next year with the Philippines. And I really think structural issue. That structural issue should be addressed. And similarly, I think generally there just isn't enough empowerment to the ASEAN Secretariat to be taken for the Secretariat to be taken seriously. So if you look at some of the promises in terms of non-tariff barriers, for instance, ASEAN, if you look at the free trade agreement, the tariffs, we have reduced tariffs on 99.5% of goods and services. But if you look at the correlation, there's a very high correlation between reduction in tariffs and the rise in non-tariffs. Yeah, almost perfect correlation. There's about 6,700 non-tariff barriers, for instance, and there's no actual enforcement mechanism to bring down those tariffs, non-tariffs. There's no enforcement mechanism for ASEAN Secretariat to say, country X, you have this non-tariff measure that you really need to remove. There really isn't. Yeah, so how do we, progress the kind of single production base if we can't deal with those kind of execution issues. Yeah. And and in my experience, even this year in executing in our ASEAN BARC chair, the rubber really hits the road when you have actual proposals, specific implementation proposals. Yeah, if you look at, we have this notion of this, we have this idea of introducing the ASEAN business entity. What is it? It's basically the concept that we can't have free movement of people, we can't have outsourcing, etc., between borders at a national level. So we've proposed this idea of ASEAN business entity where you can do these things at the company level. Yeah, and it's very, very powerful. It's very, very powerful because it means that we can give economies of scale for companies. Yeah, and when I presented it to the leaders all the way up there, everybody loved the idea. Everyone said yes. Then we say, okay, to implement it, you need to change this, do this, do this. And that's when, the resistance forces built up very quickly. Yeah, when you actually have to make changes at the various national levels. Yeah, so I would really caution that in implementation, in ideas, you really have to think through step 2, step 3 before you propose step 1. If step 2, step 3 cannot be done, then no point going to step 1. Yeah. Now, in terms of cooperation, the role of the private sector is very important. And I'd just like to very, humbly say this. The engagement with the private sector, between the public sector, the government sector, and the private sector in ASEAN is poor relative to APEC. Yeah, APEC very much engages the private sector. And I get the impression that the private sector, there's quite a lot of resistance between private and the public sector here. And even when you look at the consultation processes and all that, ASEAN BARC, which is the APEC's private sector body, we're kind of left with the economic pillar, right? When actually a lot of our work is cross-sector. We can contribute a lot to the other sectors. And today, many of the work streams actually involve the ASEAN US Business Council, the ASEAN EU Business Council, but our own business council is not invited. And there is this truth that ASEAN actually is much more conditioned to welcome, to engage FDI than DDI. Yeah, and that's a reality. So that, again, has to be something that is fixed going forwards. And at ASEAN BARC this year, we decided that we're just going to go ahead and propose various things that we think will be helpful to ASEAN integration, ASEAN progress, and we don't care whether it's in our work stream or not. Yeah. So one project that we proposed was the renaming of the SEA Games to the ASEAN Games. Yeah, and that's not in our work stream. That's a very simple thing. And I can't for the life of me, and it's decided by some council somewhere, and I can't for the life of me understand why that was rejected. Because if you're in business, branding is very important, and calling ourselves ASEAN is what it's all about. Why confuse and call ourselves Southeast Asia and all that? So we told them, look, if you continue to be called Southeast Asia Games, you're not going to get corporate sponsorship, right? So it doesn't make sense. We also have a work stream about travel and so on. But one of the most relevant work streams I like to talk about today is the work stream we have on corporate philanthropy. Now, here for the social community, I know it's quite strange because we're doing it in an economic work stream, but it's very relevant to your work stream. We have produced this report on the state of CSR in ASEAN. And I really hope that you guys will be able to get access a copy online. And I think this is a groundbreaking report. It reviews the state of CSR in each country in ASEAN. It dives into the gold standards in terms of rules, regulations for philanthropy, and it makes certain recommendations on what should be done to increase corporate philanthropy. You talk about partnership. We really need the corporate sector to channel more funds into CSR. If you benchmark it with the US, we should be channeling in total about $5.5 billion US dollars a year into philanthropy. If you say that we're developing countries, that number should be much higher. But in recent times, a few things have been happening. One is the rise of ESG. In the rise of ESG, corporates are so bogged down with ESG, they forget they've reduced CSR. That's a big issue. We also have a funding problem because the foreign aid has come down. Last year, I think US aid was 835 million US dollars, and that is going to be, that's going to come down. So we need the corporates to do more. But yet, look at the rules, regulations on CSR across ASEAN. It's very, very restrictive on CSR. Malaysia has a cap of 10%. There is a lot of restrictions in cross-border CSR. There is no incentives on volunteerism. These are the kind of things, very easy things that can be reformed and to get more money, more corporate money in CSR. And, you know, up to a point, I really think corporate money, the multiplier for those in need is much, much higher. Because when corporates go in, they have their ideation, they have their resources, and so on, and it's very, very effective. I mean, I ran CIMB Foundation, and I've seen the work that corporates can do when they put their backs into it. And this is really something that I think we should encourage. And you know, in India, 2% of pre-tax profits has to go to CSR. And that's a huge number, and you know, it can be done. And if you look at some of the great CSR projects in ASEAN, look at in the Philippines, they got this Go Negosyo. That's a very effective way of kind of big corporates helping mentor new entrepreneurs. Yeah, they have the AMEN, which is the ASEAN Mentorship Network, which is a similar program done by the Philippines at the ASEAN level. These are the kind of programs corporates can do, and in the spirit of partnership, I really think we should focus on how to get the private sector more involved in CSR. I think, you know, I should pretty much stop there, Christina. I think, you know, my message is essentially that please, we need to make sure 2045 ACV is implemented. There are clear implementation, clear structural issues that we need to overcome. Otherwise, this thing ain't going to happen. And thirdly, in delivering, the corporate sector can and should be made to do more for the community. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum.
Thank you very much, Tan Sri. Listening to Tan Sri's experience from the AEC pillar for the implementation of the 2025 blueprint, I think there's a lot of key takeaways for ASCC to take note and actually try to not solve, but manage many of the issues. I know Ambassador Elizabeth and the other panel have more to say, but later on as we open it for more interaction, we can discuss this further. But I really see that there's a clear disalignment in terms of national and regional priorities. I think every country in ASEAN, we will have different arrangements of implementation and also engaging the private sector. But we take note that to encourage private and corporates to be on board, there must be some form of incentives, right? Okay. Next, can I move on to our third panelist, Mr. Naoki Minamiguchi-san. He is the director of the Japan ASEAN Integration Fund, JAIF Management Team, or JMT in short. It is a post that he has held since 2021, and he is overseeing a portfolio of approximately 150 JAIF-funded projects on a daily basis. That's scary. Ensuring their effective delivery and monitoring. In this role, he mentors the next generation of professionals from ASEAN and Japan. Mr. Minamiguchi has over 29 years of experience in development assistance, particularly in drought monitoring, food and nutrition security, vulnerability assessments, and livelihood development. Prior to joining JMT, Mr. Minamiguchi worked at the FAO, Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations. So yes, within the context of ACV 2045, and being a partner of ASEAN. Perhaps you can share some insights on how the role of ASEAN partners ensures the long-term sustainability of inclusive and people-centered development, especially in the areas that are crucial to the ASCC. Over to you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, and excellencies, distinguished delegates and experts, and the colleagues. And I have one slide. I think okay, it's already on the screen. Please allow me to start with an introduction, very brief introduction to JIVE. And our mascot, Jabot, has been already introduced to the audience, so I better to touch upon that, what the JIVE is all about, and then very briefly. I promise that I finish up my part very briefly. JIVE was established back in 2006, and since then the JIVE has funded more than 600 projects, and through 26 different funding instruments we call components. And then the JIVE has received more than $890 million from the Japanese government. And then we, as the team of the monitoring teams, and then a portfolio management team, JMT monitors approximately 100 projects on a daily basis. And then next year, in 2026, marks the 20th anniversary of JIVE. So we are very much excited to see that this coincidence between the operationalization of the ASEAN Community Vision 2045 and then the JIVE's 20th anniversary. So I'm very much looking forward to the various momentums to happen, and then through this anniversary year. Next slide. Okay, so in the context of ASCC, in support of ASCC, that the JIVE has so far supported approximately 200 projects. That is equivalent to some $540 million. So 200 projects, that means that about 1/3 of the total JIVE funded projects, and then the 542 millions accounts for approximately 60% of total JIVE fundings. And as you see the table on the screen there, I also quoted one passage I found in a concept note for this regional forum. And then the concept note I received from the Secretariat, it says that between 2009 and September 2024, ASEAN mobilized over $2 billion for cooperation projects, and then 43%, that is about approximately $860 million dedicated to ASCC. So that means that the majority of funding that made available to ASCC was also contributed by the JIVE. And I'm now really trying to show off the JIVE contribution here. And my point is that in the context of JIVE, the partnerships are not just the financial contributions, but they are to build mutual trusts and friendship, and then also create shared values. And ultimately, that the partnerships are long-term commitments to regional development and then community integrations. And the JIVE supports the upstream initiatives like the development of SP of ASCC. But JIVE also constantly supports the projects that initiative that empower people at the grassroots level. And then, for example, in the past that we have a project called ASEAN Volunteers and community-based DRR and the disaster responses. That was to mobilize youth and the local people to build resiliency in disaster-prone communities. In alignment with ASC's goal of social protection and community empowerment. And we also had a project, a long-lasting program. In fact, next slide, please. Okay, it's called the Genesis, and you may already know that, or some of you already know that. It's a long-running project that's an exchange program available since 2007, and to exchange youth and then students in between Japan and then ASEAN, and that has built true friendships amongst young people. And they also had sub-programs on sports, culture, and anything about the ASEAN information and then Japan information. So we don't have exact statistics, but some source mentioned that we have more than 50,000 students and youth have already exchanged. This is a yearly program, and that is we have ongoing activities this year as well. We also have, Mr. Tan, you mentioned about the ASEAN Back and also AMN project. We also had the privilege to work with the AMN project in the past. And so these examples represent or reaffirm our beliefs that sustainable development must be inclusive and must meet the needs of all ASEAN citizens, and including vulnerable populations. So I believe that, once again, to reiterate my point, is that the partnerships are more than just financial contributions, but bring in technical expertise, innovations, and new ideas, and create shared values, and then build the trust between the two entities, and ultimately long-term commitments to ASEAN efforts. So I stop there.
Thank you, Mina Miguchi Naoki-san, for sharing this background about what your department has been doing. And really, we want to thank JAIF for all this long-term support. Can see that you have cut across supporting different sectors, even in ASEC. And we are so happy to see that you actually have a specific program tailored to the students and youth, because they are the future of tomorrow. And we also take note that beyond the hardcore funding, we must also value those intrinsic contribution and values coming from, emanating from all these collaboration with all the different dialogue partners. And JAIF is one of the examples that we should emulate. Next, we have Ms. Marlene Ramirez. She is the Secretary General of the Asian Partnership for the Development of Human Resources in Rural Areas, or in short, Asia-DRA. That was since 1999. That's a long way to go back then. She began working for rural development and poverty eradication in the Philippines with PhilDRA. Okay. Both at national and regional levels, her expertise covers civil society, network development and management, program development and implementation, resource building and mobilization, strategic partnerships, and policy advocacy. In 1999, she pursued the Asia-DRA's aspiration of catalyzing a regional farmers alliance. Now an autonomous body called the Asian Farmers Association, or AFA, serving millions of farmers in Asia. Ms. Marlene has been instrumental as the interlocutor for civil society engagement. She currently oversees the implementation of a regional cooperation to empower rural development organizations in Southeast Asia under a 5-year framework partnership agreement with EU. Ms. Marlene, you are the best person now to relate to how ASEAN can leverage civil society organizations, or CSOs, and the community networks in ensuring that ASEAN's goals and community building efforts are more responsive to the needs of the people, especially those in rural areas like farmers who are vulnerable and at risk situations. Thank you.
Thank you, Christina, for the kind introduction. Good noon to everyone. My sincere thanks to ASEAN and to the co-organizers of this important regional forum to deepen awareness and engagement on the ASCC strategic plan, for the opportunity to share perspectives from civil society on how we could reinvent cooperation and partnership in the context of the ASEAN Community Vision 2045. I will basically share our experience in engaging ASEAN through the Senior Officers Meeting on Rural Development and Poverty Eradication and the ASEAN Secretariat and the member states, and hopefully allow me to offer some insights linked to the theme of this panel. We began our substantive engagement with ASEAN when we were invited to become an affiliated CSO in 2004, where we were allowed easier access to policymakers and policymaking processes concerning rural development and poverty eradication. We wanted to highlight the importance of rural development work of CSOs in ASEAN, as that time we felt that our issues were not well surfaced. So we drafted a concept note on the ASEAN Leadership Awards for Rural Development and Poverty Eradication to recognize outstanding contributions by NGOs, rural people's organizations, and cooperatives towards rural development and poverty reduction. It took some years before it was the SOM-RDPE and ASEAN had a second look at the concept note, but with some modifications was eventually launched in 2013 in Yogyakarta, and every 2 years thereafter. So the awards is now on its 6th run and will be 7th this October, November, as will be hosted by Thailand. The private sector was eventually included in the recognition. Then we pushed for the conduct of the GO-NGO Forum on RDPE in 2012 in Da Nang. 3 years later, it was called the annual PPPP, Public-Private Sector People's Partnership on RDPE, and became a regular event of the SOM-RDPE that brings together partners from both civil society, private sectors, and the member states. So these regular annual and biennial events not only celebrated gains and lessons learned on RDPE, but more importantly, help build good relations among CSOs, CSO members, and our partners with their government representatives and the private sector at the national level. So we have been part of these processes for more than a decade now. ASEAN was also asked to help SOM-RDPE and ASEC develop its 5-year action plan for 2011 to 2015, for 2021 to 2025, and then the drafting of the ASEAN Master Plan on Rural Development 2022 to 2027. These were actually most welcome tasks for us because the ASEAN preference and our approach was the conduct of country-level consultations on the action plans and including the Master Plan on Rural Development. This allowed us to bring to our NGO members and rural people's organization partners important ASEAN processes of drafting policy agenda and action plans. To some extent, we have contributed, that's what we believe, in making ASEAN plans and actions become people-oriented with representatives from rural people's organizations and CSOs present during the national consultations. Thematically, for instance, last year, we also raised resources to conduct 6 national country consultations on agroecology to support the work of SOM-AMAF, Working Group on Crops, of drafting the ASEAN guidelines on agroecology transitions, which was approved in October 2024 by the AMAF. This was to implement an important consideration in the ASEAN Master Plan on Rural Development and to support cross-pillar cooperation in ASEAN, whose thematic agenda, such as agroecology, is also a priority to us and to as many sectors. The recognition of SOM-RDPE and ASEC of ASEAN as a partner in its policy and planning processes is what sustains our engagement in ASEAN. we felt that we are a trusted partner in as far as RDP agenda is concerned. And because of this, when we conduct our own strategic planning, we also refer to the common priority targets as those of the SOM RDPE. When we develop proposals, we also raise funds for the shared actions identified in the Framework Action Plan. So annually, we also felt obliged to report back to the SOM RDPE during the public session of its official meetings that what we have accomplished in relation to common objectives such as empowering rural people's organization, elimination of child labor in the agri-sector, building capacity of rural women and youth, digital agriculture for smallholders, among others. So the question that I think we may want to raise is if this process is present in other ASCC sectors. So are your CSO partners as meaningfully engaged as we are experiencing it in SOM RDPE? Are your CSO partners raising funds to implement shared actions with their ASEAN counterparts for regional and national level actions? Are CSO contribution to the delivery of shared targets being recognized or accounted for? So we feel that and we believe that if ASEAN partners from civil society are engaged as us, then we can be certain of greater result and impact of the ASCC plan and by the ACV 2045. So I end here my first intervention. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Marlene. I think what you have shared is like there's good learnings there, and it's a good case study for me personally about bridging vision and action. And the empowerment of CSOs are really, really important. And we recognize, I think everybody, we need to recognize the contribution of the grassroots. But you know, maybe I will start opening the floor amongst the panelists, yes, to comment on each other's topic. Can I have just one first for myself? It's like at CSOs, at the grassroots communities and levels, how do you work together with local governments? Because I heard horror stories about how local governments, yeah.
For the master plan on rural development, puts centrality to the territorial rural development approach. And in the territorial rural development, the key there is the engagement of the local government units or local authorities. So we have been in this work for more than 3 decades, and we believe the significant involvement of LGUs in the work of farmers' organization, in the work of NGOs. So it is an approach that it is something that many of us may have forgotten, but I think we are building back our capacities on how we can effectively engage LGUs from the planning side to the implementation of development actions identified by local partners.
Because among the participants here, we were made to understand they are also representatives. We invited from the local government units. And later on, you have any question, you can always raise it. Yeah, I open the floor as well. I think Ambassador Elizabeth, you want to say something?
I got excited by Marlene's presentation because it's the beginning of the few recommendations that I'd like to make. How to involve the private sector, the CSOs, the academics, etc., in the work of ASEAN, because to be honest, I also teach a graduate level school course in the Philippines. And the #1 criticism of ASEAN is it's remote from the people it's supposed to represent. So now the advice, the lesson learned from Marlene's presentation is seek each other out. I think that what they did was to look for a champion inside ASEAN and let that champion be the vehicle to implement whatever your vision is from your particular perspective. Look for your champion. All of you here represent various aspects of the 15, is it 15, Dr. Christina? Sectors. It's the pillar that has the most number of sectors, ranging from the environment to healthcare to art and culture, etc. Look for your champion and work with that champion. Another practical example, from there, you can proceed to the next recommendation. Co-write. Be the co-author of the project proposals. She mentioned concept note. This is a very familiar term in ASEAN. So you put your ideas together, private sector and the government point of view, and you come up with a very practical, implementable action line that will realize the goals that were listed in the strategic plan. That's my second recommendation. In fact, JAIF just recently supported a Philippine proposal to train the various sectors in the Philippines how to write project proposals. We've done this several times in the Philippines. So again, please nag your ASEAN national secretariats to help you or to involve you in the writing of project proposals that will implement ACV 2045, which will ensure that your point of view is taken into account when implementing ACV 2045. Which leads me to the funding of ASEAN. As I mentioned earlier, we submitted a recommendation paper to the ACC and noted, meaning approved by the leaders, on how to diversify the funding of ASEAN. And generally, they fall under two categories. The first one is those funded by ASEAN themselves. And the most logical first step was to increase contribution by each member state. It's ridiculously low at this moment. And so what the exact amount is, the CPR is already computing. A variation of that is to empower the ASEAN Secretariat to use excess amounts from the operational budget for other community building projects. So that's, you spoke of empowering the ASEAN Secretariat. There are other institutional recommendations, by the way, about how to increase or to expand what the Secretariat can do, including the Secretary General, so that you don't ask the question, is he a General Secretary or a Secretary General? So that question has come up, and we have made the recommendation for the CPR and the Secretariat to work together to find out how to empower the ASEAN Secretariat, and in this particular case, in the issue of funding. Another variation of the funding based on members' contribution is to allow, okay, everybody contributes, but those who want to volunteer to increase, to add, expand their contribution, do that. So there are at least 3 or 4 schemes that we have recommended and approved by the leaders, and they are now being studied carefully by the CPR. The other one is, of course, the usual exploration of partners from the private sector. And I am happy to say that JAIF has been an active partner in all aspects of ASEAN community building, and we'll have to explore that. The technique here is to find out where there is commonality of interest. For example, we know which governments have feminist agendas. So they're like Canada, US, Australia, the EU. So you partner with them. Our JAIF representative here is saying that it is not just the money, it is the experience and the point of view and the enrichment of the concept of gender and inclusivity, inclusivity in the ASEAN agenda, especially on issues like women, peace, and security, a topic close to my heart. The other WPS, you make a guess. Anyway, so these are the various funding schemes that we have recommended to the leaders. And you also mentioned, Marlene, another way for you to be actively involved in the agenda, to be involved, not just to want to be involved, but to be actively involved, is by applying as an entity affiliated with ASEAN, which they did. During my chairmanship of the CPR, we helped the ASEAN mayors and governors to become an entity affiliated with ASEAN because, as you mentioned, local government units will be, at the end of the day, the receiving, the implementers of those specific action lines. So they should be an entity. Is there anybody here from AirAsia? I didn't know anyone from AirAsia. I sometimes take AirAsia, but I help them to become an entity associated with that. Right now, I am helping the universities promoting ASEAN studies, giving ASEAN studies courses to ASEAN citizens. So, are you interested in becoming an entity associated or affiliated with ASEAN? There are benefits. And so therefore, please look up the ASEAN Secretariat website. It's a treasure trove of information. Or look for your champion in your respective national secretariats. Or look for Dr. Christina here. Thank you very much.
You must be joking, but yeah. No. Thank you, Ambassador. Yeah, we of course we at the as focal points for all the different sectoral body, we always try to help and facilitate. But yeah, there's as much as we can do. But the cross-pillar and cross-sectoral thing, and also the alignment of the national and regional integration. And one important point that Ambassador Elizabeth mentioned, you know, in terms of like CSOs, NGOs, and grassroots communities, the challenge is always like having the champion who will guide and facilitate the writing, because you can have 1,001 ideas, proposals to bring development to your community, but if you don't write it, you don't put it on paper, it will get nowhere, and don't dream about getting funding and support from the national and regional level. I have a second question. Maybe Tan Sri Nazir, you have anything to add on to the conversation?
No, I think I said my piece. I'd just like to re-emphasize that we really need to solve this cross-border funding. And I think JIVE does great work, but there's a lot of funds within ASEAN. And if you really want to build a community, the idea that you can raise money at the CSOs, etc., from another ASEAN country would mean a lot to building the community. So why do we not address the rules and regulations that inhibit cross-border funding? I remember when I started CIMB Laos, first thing I wanted to do was to give money to the community that we were about to serve. But there were a lot of inhibitive rules and regulations for us to do that. You know, so that's one thing, if anything, please.
Thank you, Tan Sri Nazir. Also, right, I wish to just highlight, just now Tan Sri Nazir actually shared about the CSI and ASEAN publication. I think that will be a good reference for all of us to see how we can explore philanthropic contribution and funding support. From Mina Miguchi-san, do you have anything to add?
Yeah, a little bit different perspective as I'm talking about the resource mobilizations. I still reckon that we need a clarity in the SP and not just the SP of ASCC, but also other communities. What I'm talking is about is it's an overarching issue. I think we still really don't know exactly where are we heading for, what we are trying to achieve in terms of the goals and objective of SPs, various SPs, and then, for example, take example of let's say the goal 2, caring community. What does it mean to us, and then to Malaysia, and then to rest of the ASEAN country? And under what circumstances that can we truly say that yes, we have achieved a caring community by 2045. I think we need a little more concrete or even the measurable or numeric measurements in terms of the find out that what it really means, each goal means. This is important, and I'm saying this because it leads to my second point, is that if we know what we're really trying to achieve, that we really like to know how much resources are needed to attain each goal and then each objectives. And then we also like to know what resources are currently available, existing resources. That will help us to find out not only the resource gaps, but also the stakeholder gaps. Okay. So including a local government, I would say. And in that sense, I even suggest, or ASEAN want to may as well think about doing this kind of a costing exercises, and which is very common, I would say, probably with the private sectors. And then there are also costing exercises also commonly found with other international organizations. So once this kind of action is taken, ASEAN may also want to organize an investment forum to invite the pledges and commitments from the DPs and the international communities, as well as the private sector, I would say, and then set up a kind of a mechanism to ensure the accountability for resource mobilizations and the monitoring of resource utilizations. So I think this kind of actions is needed. And then one more point very quickly, that I don't know how many CSO representatives here in this room, but there's one less known fact is that CSOs can indeed can play the substantive role in ASEAN cooperation project. At least I would say the JIVE-funded ASEAN cooperation projects. CSO can even become implementing agencies or even become proponents of the ASEAN projects, as long as their proposals are endorsed by a national government or proposals are proposed jointly by the governments. So this fact is, I think, less known. So CSOs can be not just the beneficiary of ASEAN support, and then of course that everybody thinks, yes, they can be a very active member and then the players in ASEAN development assistance. So that's
Thank you, Minamiguchi-san. Actually, can I just give a summary on one of the things that he mentioned just now? It's about, he gave an example of a caring community. For example, what are we doing? Because even in the strategic goal, there are 2 strategic goals that addresses caring community. But the challenge now is like 10 years back when we had the 2025 blueprint, it's like, policy documents are always seen to be a government document. Only policy makers, government servants, civil servants like us here read. But now, this time round, we want to change that. We want to translate, really, those policy documents into implementable actions. Hence, therefore, we are engaging everybody from the beginning, and we'll do more consultations and engagements with different levels of government authorities, CSO, think tanks, CSOs, and all sorts. Also, because it's no joke, because you see, it's a very big document. You have 112 measures, and a credit to ASEAN Secretariat, and also alluding to sharing what Ambassador Elizabeth have shared, we have already actually the ASCC database monitoring and evaluation system. And if you see in your goodie bag, courtesy of ASEAN Secretariat, do not think that this is just another ordinary notebook. You can actually relate a summary, a snapshot of all the strategic goals under the strategic plan. And soon everybody will have this, but in the name of sustainability, please download online. Also the report from CSR, from ASEAN Bank. Now we try to do everything online. That's why a lot of you are now having this QR fatigue, I know, but yeah. Can I just have, I know I don't have much time, and Jen is looking at me. Just now there was a question online. Maybe any one of you want to address that online question? To be fair, that he has been waiting. Okay. The question was, what concrete mechanisms will be put in place to ensure the direct participation of trade unions and worker organizations in the implementation and monitoring of the ASCC strategic plan? I think this is more slum related. Yeah, trade unions, these are more slum related, dealing with labor. Maybe after this you can, is there anyone from the Ministry of Human Resources? Not to put you in a tight spot, but. Okay, never mind. I think the ASEAN Secretary and the rapporteur, they will actually compile the questions, and we will try to personally address those questions and respond after this. So I think without further ado, allow me to conclude, or anyone wants to ask any question? Okay, Ms. Marlene.
Okay. Well, just to conclude, I'd like to have a follow-up point as a reaction to His Excellency Buen Susejo, that as a recommendation, having engaged ASEAN for more than 2 decades now, is that we feel that ASEAN should have a thorough database of where CSOs are, starting with those currently working with ASEAN through various sectors, but expand to include those that are doing good works but are not linked or affiliated with ASEAN for various reasons. So be proactive in finding champions, good, intelligent partnerships, and identify shared agenda, create regular spaces for convergence like the one that we have with SOM RDPE. There is that annual RDPE forum, BINIA leadership event, and agree to work on jointly on some priority agenda linked to the sectoral targets or the ASCC strategic plan. We also believe that a lot of plans are very good, no? But let these plans be known by stakeholders. Making these plans known to stakeholders and identifying partners who are willing to promote and converge agenda and actions. So, and I think on how ASEAN can build on or replicate the experiences, it is really calling for ASEAN's willingness to invest, to take risk with partners, and specifically, like we're currently developing 2 programming with SOM RDPE for possible joint funding and implementation with various donors. So it's also not, there's no assurance that it will be approved, but it's like taking that risk and working together to develop the concept note into full-blown proposals, full budget work, and hoping that, well, good things come, no, in the future. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Because due to time constraint, we want to end this. Over the lunch, you can network. Please, ladies and gentlemen, join me in giving a round of big applause to all panelists. I pass the floor to RMC.
Thank you, Dr. Christina. Ladies and gentlemen, we'd like to invite our panelists and moderator to have a group photograph on the stage. And ladies and gentlemen, please join me by giving a big round of applause to thank our panelists. Her Excellency Elizabeth Buen Susejo, His Excellency Tan Sri Nazir Razak, Mr. Minamiguchi Naoki, and Ms. Marlene Ramirez, as well as our moderator, Dr. Christina Yeo Kenyan. Let's give them a big round of applause, please. And ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the panel discussion 2, Reinventing Cooperation and Partnership in the Context of ACV 2045. Your Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, we shall now take a break for lunch, which will be served for all our delegates at the Indulgence Restaurant held at the ground floor of this hotel, and we look forward to welcoming you again for the next session, which will be held at 2:45 p.m. to continue with the panel discussion 3. So please enjoy your lunch, ladies and gentlemen, at the Indulgence Restaurant on the ground floor. And we shall continue with panel discussion 3 at 2:45 p.m. Enjoy your lunch and we shall see you soon. Thank you. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We shall be starting in just a few minutes while we wait for the arrival of our other guests. And I hope that you have had a wonderful lunch. And we shall be starting soon in just a few minutes. Thank you. And once again, we'd like to remind all guests to please set your mobile phones on silent mode. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Regional Forum on the ASEAN Socio-Cultural Community ASCC Strategic Plan. My name is Zamil Idris, your MC for today's Regional Forum. And we'd like to wish everyone welcome back, and we hope that everyone has enjoyed the lunch that has been served. And we have come to the final and the third panel discussion, panel discussion 3, on driving sustainable growth and strengthening resilience in ASEAN. This panel, ladies and gentlemen, will examine strategies and opportunities for advancing green transition and regional resilience while adapting to a rapidly evolving world of work, approaches to accelerate a circular economy and promote inclusive labor markets. And to lead this session, I am pleased to invite Her Excellency Paspon Sangasubana, the Executive Director of the ASEAN Center for Sustainable Development Studies and Dialogue, ACSDSD, based in Bangkok. And joining Madam Paspon on stage, we have our panelists. Please welcome on stage Dr. Selvaraj Ramasamy Abdullah, Dr. Ken Shamuva Shawa, Mr. Suguru Ito, and Ms. Zayana Zakaria. And Madam Paspon will be, as moderator, will be introducing our panelists on the stage. So Madam Paspon, the stage is yours. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Welcome back. I know that this is a very challenging time after the lunch. Definitely this session is the last session, but it's not the least important session. As you know that we have been hearing different insights, very valuable comments from different sessions, and this session is also interconnected with what we have been conducting since this morning. So with that, as the Master of Ceremony has indicated that this session is on the driving sustainable growth and strengthening resilience in ASEAN. Master of Ceremony has indicated on the focus, but I wish to re-evaluate it to what Master of Ceremony has said, that we have different diverse professionals here on the stage, and we have one policymaker, two professionals from the international organization, and one from academic institution. So I think in order to have their insights as well as professional working experiences, in order to carry forward to the ASCC sectoral bodies, as well as ASEAN Secretariat and stakeholders who are here during this session would be valuable in order to carry and translate the ASCC strategic plan as indicated in the earlier session. With that, may I just make a small introduction that from the first session, I think the takeaway keywords was the inclusivity. The second session, takeaway keywords were reinventing and innovation, especially on resource mobility, with multi-stakeholders engagement. This session, I would say that the keywords are sustainability and resilience. Of course, we would like to focus on the green transition and the future of workforce and regional climatic actions and disaster resilience. But as I said, we have 4 professionals here, and they will relate to valuable insights that will be beneficial to you all. With that, may I introduce the first speaker, which is Okay, which is Dr. Sivaraj Ramasamy Abdullah. The current position is Deputy Director General, ASEAN Malaysia National Secretariat, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Malaysia. He has a very diverse interest. I'm very interested with his CV, especially on his specialization. It's from international relations, international law, green jobs, as well as asset monetization. And that is a very interesting CV. And the second speaker would be Kun Ken, Mr. Ken Shamuwa Shawa. He's the chief of the Regional Economic and Social Analysis Unit, ILO Regional Office for Asia and Pacific. And sorry. Please indulge with me. I'm the old traditional, not too digital person. Let me try to find him. Oh, here you are. For Kun Ken Shamuwa Shava, he also specialized. He has research interest that includes the economic of labor markets, health and labor, environment management, the growth finance nexus, trade, and agricultural policy. This is very important areas that he can actually give us his work experience. The third speaker would be Mr. Suguru Ito, Kun Ito-san, Head of Strategy, Planning, Monitoring, and Evaluation of ASEAN Center for Active Aging and Innovation. Actually, Active Aging and Innovation, ACAI, has been launched in 2019 together with my center, which is the ASEAN Center for Sustainable Development Studies and Dialogue. And Kun Ito-san, let me see, you're here. You are a strategist from the very beginning. And he has had career in United Nations Secretariat and as a consultancy. And the most interesting about him, according to his CV, is that he has volunteer work, especially on restoration assistance following the Great East Japan earthquake, which was from April 2011 to the present time. So this is very important, especially to us, to be able to learn from him when disaster strikes and how we can do volunteer work. And the last panelist, not the least important, is Ms. Sayana Salkaria, okay? You're the researcher of the Institute of Strategic and International Studies, ISIS Malaysia. Okay. Sorry, okay. She works on climate resilience, sustainable economic transition, and environment policy, particularly within ASEAN and the ASEAN region. So we can learn a lot from you. Okay, so with that, my distinguished panelists, I would like to ask the guiding question that will actually break the ice, because we have had the lunch. And in order to have the attention of the audience here at the Grand Ballroom, as well as the audience online, the question is on how can ASEAN incorporate the green transition, sustainable resilience, and opportunities brought by the rapidly evolving world of work in driving sustainable, people-centered, and inclusive development in the region. With that, I would like to ask all the panelists, and please short your time, concise on your response. You only have 5 to 7 minutes, or else we go beyond the 1 hour time. And with that, may I invite Dr. Savaraj.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Moderator, fellow panelists. Appreciation to the organizer for inviting me, even though at the 11th hour. Thank you for including Ministry of Foreign Affairs in discussion. And good afternoon to everyone. I just got this yellow sort of notes, even though it's meant for me, but I think the message goes to everyone. Madam Moderator, if you allow me to just read this message so that at least I convey this message to everyone, okay? So everybody is paying attention, I guess, okay? Suddenly we got a message in a very awkward situation, especially in a forum like this. Okay, the message reads like this. It's afternoon, midday, that magical time when your brain says, let's be productive, but your eyelid says, let's take 40 wings. Basically, take a nap, all right, okay, all right. Okay, thank you again. Go back to the questions. How can ASEAN actually incorporate green transition, all right? Coming from the policymaker, a very typical answer would be PRF. Because of interest of time, everything that I'm going to ramble or say is going to be in 3 words, so that easily you can absorb. So it's basically going to be policy regulatory framework, all right? So this is something that you need in order for you to have a source of authority that you can make references, okay? So talking about green transition, the first thing that is in place is, what do you call that, on the ASEAN framework on energy cooperation. That is one, all right? The second is on ESG framework, all right? That's number 2. And the third one is on the, I missed this one. Okay, the third one is on the public-private partnership framework. So these are the 3 things that is in place. So basically, if you go through all these 3 things, it's actually related to 3 main things. Again, 3. Advocacy, awareness, and also empowerment, all right? So if you read all these 3 documents, you will realize that it actually narrows down to these 3 things, all right? Awareness things, advocacy, as well as the empowerment. And of course, it's also further expanded in the area like SME, small, medium enterprises, how they actually handle this transition. Actually, when you go to the green transition, there's a cost involved. So you must ask this question, who is going to actually bear this cost? In the case of business, whether it's going to be absorbed by the entrepreneur or the business people, whether the cost is going to be passed to the end user. So this is a challenge that we're going to face, all right? Especially the business people, all right? Policymakers, of course, they can come up with all kind of policy, all kind of framework, regulatory and so on to be in place. But when it comes to the practical aspect of it, how they actually going to handle this, okay? Since the regional forum touches on the ASEAN Social-Cultural Community Strategic Plan, if you go back to the document, you go and look into the strategic goal number 12. So it actually spells out in a very detailed manner how we're going to handle the green transition. But of course, it's in the form of text and so on. But when it comes to the practical aspect of it, one of the issues that I've raised just now, transition involves cost. So who's going to bear the cost? So this is something, one of the challenges that we need to address, especially from those business people that are going to handle this cost, right? Whether they're going to absorb it as part of overhead costs or they're going to pass it to the end user and so on. So this is one of the things, I think, even though we might have the policy and regulatory framework in place, but when it comes to the practical aspect of it, who actually going to handle? So again, go back to the green transition, it's just not matter of transition, but the issue here is cost, all right? So that's number 1. Number 2, with regard to workforce. When the green transition is going to take place, we have a brief period, the switch going to be from the traditional period to the transition period. are the laborers are ready to accommodate that transition. It comes in terms of skills, it comes in terms of job creation, and one important thing that usually we overlook is the social protection issues, all right? Whereby when we are doing the upskilling and reskilling, we actually elevate the workforce in terms of the skills and so on. But we also must remember, there also another process is going to take place is the de-skilling, whereby some of the skills are irrelevant, some of the jobs going to be irrelevant. So what is going to happen to this group of labor who's going to be, if I would say, conveniently going to be removed from the workforce? Is social protection adequately addressing these issues? So this is another issue that also we have to take into consideration, all right, in terms of the workforce itself, when the green transition is going to take place, all right? So go back again to the question, how can ASEAN member state actually incorporate the green transition? Is not only in terms of the policy and regulatory framework, but also how we going to address these two issues, all right? There are many, but I'll just, in interest of time, and also because I've been given this message, so that I'll just stick to this, how we going to tackle the workforce in terms of when happens this transition. Probably Dr. Ken can address that from coming from the ILO. It's good to pass the buck, eventually, all right? And another thing is the issue of the, how the state itself going to handle the issue when come to the costing issue, okay? So these are the two things that I just would like to put forward for our, to ponder on, to see how eventually we can address this issue, all right? Thank you.
Thank you very much. He has given his 3 magic words, and also in order to have the suitable green transition, he also indicated on the challenge as well as practicality on cost and the workforce. Thank you very much. With that, Kun Ken, actually you're from ILO. I know that is not nice from us, from our ASEAN side, in order to impose anything on ASEAN. But I wish that you could come up with insights from your working experiences in ILO, how you can recommend or give like the good practical model that ASEAN can pick up on. So with that, thank you.
So thanks very much, Madam Chair. Very privileged to be here today. Just to mention that the ILO is a United Nations agency that deals with social justice and decent work. It's a tripartite agency, so it brings governments, workers, and employers to set standards and make policies that support that goal. I want, before I respond to the question, just to again reaffirm that ILO will always work with ASEAN and other agencies like that to respond to future of work challenges, but also to support or promote productive employment and green jobs. The area of skills development and recognition is important for us, as well as strengthening governance of labor migration. We also work and would like to continue working with the ASEAN in terms of supporting or promoting OSH, but also labor inspection. My colleague here mentioned social protection. Yes, an important area, but in all this, we believe that gender mainstreaming is important. And all these are under the framework of sustainable development. Getting to the question, I have only 4 points to make. Only 4. And they're going to be very succinct. One is that to achieve the integration of green transitions, we need to adopt what are known as just transition roadmaps. What does or what do these roadmaps entail? One is that climate, industrial, and labor policies should be anchored in social justice. At the same time, that decarbonization and circular economy measures should be anchored with jobs and skills. But we also want to make sure that no one is remaining behind or no SME is remaining behind, and therefore issues of income protection are important as well. The second point, Madam Chair, is that we should invest in adaptation that creates jobs now and not tomorrow. And that adaptation entails deliberate efforts to support what we call employment-intensive investment, but also that all these things are then based on natural-based solutions. We believe that this will create jobs and support a number of people that actually are marginalized. The third point that I want to mention is greening SMEs. So we need to scale up the practice or the idea of greening SMEs, because that leads to resource efficiency, that leads to cleaner production, but all these again have to be supported by green financing access and important market initiatives. We know in the ASEAN that you have had what is known as Green Jobs Policy Readiness Diagnosis, and we think that that is an important foundation. The last point is that we should use data to understand our issues better. I'm thinking here that we must be able to track our jobs, the green jobs. We must be able to track our skills, the skills gaps, and ensure what we can do for our vulnerable populations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ken. I think what you have indicated to us is very important, especially on the roadmap. I would say that in the ASEAN term, we are doing the ASCC strategic plan, and that is something that we are doing. And as for adaptation, I definitely agree with you that it has to be now. And especially with the evolving and new trends in the workforce at the moment, I think we need to be adapted, especially at the present. You don't have to wait till tomorrow. And definitely upskilling MSMEs, especially on the green finance access. This is something that ASEAN will have to think about. It's a challenge for us, but I'm sure that is not it will not only limit our challenge, but it will become an opportunities in the future. And definitely the last one is something that is also a challenge, is on data. Data tracking is more or less to us is like science, but this science is also applicable to policymakers and stakeholders. So I think we should give importance to data tracking. Thank you very much, Mr. Ken. Now, Ito-san, please.
Thank you, Kun Fap-son. It's a pleasure to meet the excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished panelists, moderators, and the participants, and even sponsoring organization in this room. First of all, I'd like to express my sincere gratitude for the opportunity to join these important opportunities. I'm really honored to be here. My name is Suguru Ito, the head of strategy at the ASEAN Center for Active Aging and Innovation, and we call it ACAI for short. And ACAI is under the ASEAN Center networks and located in Bangkok. And our mission is to foster active aging across ASEAN, which means putting emphasis on not only on health, but also on social, economics, finance, and social protection, whatever. So, and our mission is to be a leading regional platform where older persons can live happily and actively across all ages of their life, right? And back to the question. The first question, next slide, please. Okay, so to answer the question, integrating digital transition with the inclusive development requires placing people, especially older persons, at the center of transformation. For example, in ASEAN, we are experiencing demographic shift. For example, by 2050, about 22% of the population will be over 60 and above. And some countries, like Thailand, will be reached 30%, right? And this megatrend intersect with the digital economy and green economy and digital transformation. And I think these opportunities can only be unlocked by three things. The first one is lifelong learning. And the second thing is accessible digital infrastructure. And the third one is the intergenerational workforce strategies. And one example of our project is the active aging pilot project at Rayong in Thailand. The Rayong is like 2 hours drive from Bangkok. It's a beautiful city nearby the Pattaya beach. And that initiative was inspired by the Fukuoka city in Japan, especially their activity called Fukuoka 100, which is more than 100 activity to live well and to stay healthy to be 100 years old, right? And our pilot project at Rayong combines urban innovation, digital inclusion, and sustainable infrastructure to foster active aging. And our plan is that initiative requires 3 to 5 years to complete, but in the future, we see this model as scalable across ASEAN, which means expanding our best practices at Rayong pilot project to other cities in ASEAN in a sustainable way. So to truly drive inclusive and sustainable development, the most important thing is we must not behind the older persons. We must not leave older persons behind, right? This means rethinking, again, lifelong learning system and accessible digital infrastructure and intergenerational workforce strategies to help ASEAN to respond to aging and to support resiliencies for all ages. And another thing, next slide, please. Another thing to mention is about our workload. And ACV 2045 putting the emphasis on the highly skilled and inclusive and innovation-driven workforce. And I believe we must include the age inclusive. For example, in ASEAN, about 1/3 to half of people aged 60 and above are still working, and mostly informally. And many are outside social protection systems and formal training systems, right? And if we want inclusive transition, we must equip older persons with future-ready green skills and recognize their values as mentors or contributors, right? And ACAI supports this activity through the project like ASEAN Active Aging Index, which help countries track the health, work, social participation of older persons. And another example is the happy retirement, which means that adapt the global best practices to promote active and happy retirement in ASEAN. I want to focus is to be respectful to older persons and recognize their values appropriately. So that's why we encourage ASEAN to promote lifelong learning ecosystem, including giving employers the reasons to retain middle-aged and middle-aged to older workers, so that green jobs are not for young, but for all, right? That's my point. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Ito-san. I think the information that he has indicated in this session is very important. Well, especially for me, as I have already retired. If we still have to debate the happy retirement, because I still have to be in the workforce, but I don't know if this is happy retirement or not. So thank you very much. I think what you have already indicated, especially on the pilot project, on the urban innovation, digital inclusion, sustainable infrastructure, it is definitely very valuable to our work in the ASCC strategic plan. And especially in driving sustainable, people-centered, and inclusive development. Okay, now come to the beautiful lady here, please.
Thank you, Excellency. All right, so I think we've spoke a lot about just transition, green transition, and a lot of the discussion, I think, among the ASEAN region focuses a lot on that, a lot on the transition. But I think the fact is that we are already experiencing a lot of the climate impacts. So is mitigation enough, and should it continue being a priority? I think a lot of the funding, the partnership, everything leads towards mitigation. So I'm here to talk more on the adaptation part. I'll paint a picture for you. In 1994, there were no recorded extreme temperature in the region. But a decade later, just 10 years after, in 2024, did I say 1994 just now? I hope I said 1994. But a decade later, 2024, it's a growing trend, and I think we understand why temperatures increase because of industrialization. But a lot of this growing economies in the region, unfortunately, have been forced to mitigate and to focus more on phasing out fossil fuel in our energy mix. But the fact is that, especially in a lot of the UN negotiations, we are forced to transition. But unfortunately, there's not a lot of focus on adaptation. So just to give another example, four out of the ASEAN members sit in the 50 most climate vulnerable countries worldwide. And while we try to increase our economic and protect our livelihood, these economies are continuously being exposed. Sorry, give me a minute. So how do we ensure that we can adapt well, especially in the ASEAN region? I think there are not enough framework to support adaptation policies. Currently in ASEAN, only 2 countries developed their adaptation policy, which is Philippines and Vietnam. Malaysia is currently on its way, and I think Thailand have just concluded their development of the adaptation policy. So given all this, I think, rapid changes in our region, we are one of the most vulnerable region. I think there should be a lot more push in terms of standardizing and harmonizing our adaptation policy across the region. I think I'll just leave it at that, and I think later in the recommendation part, I'll explain further. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I definitely agree with you that conversation on adaptation of climate mitigation has not been enough, even though it's not only nationally wise, but regionally wise as well as internationally wise. And the word adaptation can be included in one of the keywords that I have already indicated, because adaptation is closely interlinked with sustainability as well as the resilient in the region and, of course, globally. So with that, may I go to the next question to Dr. Savaraj. This will be very general in a way. As you are from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, I would like to ask, we are now making priority on ASCC strategic plan. How Malaysia is trying to cope with internal resilience in order to raise the awareness of this strategic plan. It's not only this strategic plan, maybe the 4 strategic plan that we have been introduced since May, and especially on the ASEAN Vision Community 2045. And this approach, would it be whatever that you are doing internally and in Malaysia, how would you adapt it? Now I'm using that word, adapt it, to help regional-wise, you know, especially with the challenge of coordination in ASEAN processes, in you know, cross-cutting pillars, cross-cutting issues, this type of items. So could you maybe share your insights as well as your experience on this?
Okay, thank you very much. It's a very challenging question to answer at this precise moment. I will speak from the perspective of what is happening at the internal, okay, at a domestic level. We, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, we do play the advisory role. As you are aware, there are 3 pillars: the political security, the economy, and also the social cultural. When it comes to the political security, the coordinator obviously is the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Malaysia. When it comes to the MITI, it's the Ministry of Investment, Industry, International Trade, right? And when it comes to the social cultural, basically I take instruction from Dr. Christina, okay, from Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture, all right? So they are the main coordinator. So what happened is that specifically when it comes to the ASCC strategic plan, it's already in place. We have all the objectives and so on, 12 objectives, I guess, all right? There's a lot of strategic measures and so on. So what will happen is that internally, they will be playing the coordinator role. Am I correct? Huh? Oh, I'm rambling, okay? So as a lead coordinator, they will be playing the role. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs will come in terms of advisory role, all right? So what will happen, basically, our exposure at the regional level, bilateral level, and also at multilateral level, we will provide the insights so that ES is policy coherences when it comes to the implementation, all right? And we also would like to see that the position being taken by Malaysia in various platforms, bilaterally, regionally, as well as in multilateral platform, is also consistent with the implementation. So that kind of advisory role, the inputs will come from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs when it comes to the ACC strategic plan. Okay, that's number 1. Go back to the next. The real challenge will be the ASEAN Community Vision 2045. It was been launched recently in May. This is something, it doesn't happen overnight, okay? It has been drafted, consulted over the years. It started in 2022 until recently we have launched that one. So it takes a couple of years actually to produce that particular political document at the strategic level. Okay, the challenge is that how we do it between regionally, how are we going to implement. One thing you must understand, this is document that been agreed upon by all the ASEAN member states. So basically, they feel, they have the comfort zone. This could be implemented at the domestic level. Otherwise, they won't agree with the document, correct? So that actually gives the comfort zone for the ASEAN member state, saying that, well, we can do this at the domestic level. So taking into consideration the level of development varies between the countries and so on. So that actually is a positive component to it, whereby ASEAN member state feels that they can do it. All right. The real challenge will come when we're going to undertake the midterm review. All right. It's going to happen in between the years. So that will be real challenge, whether we are really progressing or regressing. So that will be the real challenge. Then we need to do some sort of adaptation and mitigation in the real during the midterm review. Not at this moment. It's very much premature because it's still at the infancy stage. We just launched. It go best. But the positive point here, every ASEAN member state were comfortable with it. Otherwise, they won't agree to the document, correct? So the real challenge will come when we are doing the midterm review, whereby we will get the feedback from all the ASEAN member states. And I'm very sure Dr. Christina by then will be upping on me and asking where we're supposed to progress and where we can do some adjustment and so on and so forth. So I suppose the same scenario also will apply to other ASEAN member states. So from the midterm review, then we will do some sort of adjustment where we see that the idea is, the bigger picture is we progress together. That's why it was coined, it was termed as we shared future. I mean, we have to share the progress, the development together. So when it comes to the midterm review, this is where we actually will make the adaptation, as what you have mentioned, and mitigation, so that we can progress together. All right? Thank you.
Thank you very much. I specifically asked this question is for the stakeholders here to understand, especially there are processes that policymakers have to make so that they can understand. The most important thing is how to integrate stakeholders through these processes. It's something that maybe foreign ministry as well as the coordinating agencies could come up with very suitable and adaptable approaches for stakeholders to be able to be involved from the very beginning. So thank you very much. And may I go to Kun Ken. You were talking about the, let's say, how to be inclusive in a way, especially with inclusive labor market. What is the approach that ILO is doing that can help ASEAN to adapt or to be able to take the good practices of ILO on this matter? Thank you.
So thanks very much. I think inclusion, as you said, is a very important word. I think you mentioned many times in your introduction. I think inclusion basically starts from ensuring that we would not leave anyone behind. Inclusion starts from the idea that we would not leave any SME behind. Inclusion starts from the idea that we would not leave those senior workers, those other workers behind. And so what is really important, first of all, and my colleague alluded to this earlier on, is let us develop social protection systems that allow us to widen the benefits to all. These would be social protection systems that are shock responsive, the cash transfers, those that deal with people who are suffering from heat stress, social protection systems that support maternity leave, that support a child benefit. That's inclusion. So all these mega trends that we're seeing, the technology, the climate change, the trade patterns that are changing, and so on, tend to actually affect more those people who are actually vulnerable, those who are marginalized. And if we do want to talk about inclusion, then we need to have a social protection system that protects them. Number two is that we should ensure that we have job-rich resilience programs. So we are talking about resilience here. Resilience is one way of ensuring inclusion. Now think about developing, for example, employment-intensive investment programs that target those, for example, who have suffered floods, those that have survived catastrophes, those that are not able to actually support themselves without some programs like those. I think I mentioned earlier on about nature-based solutions. Those are indeed important in advancing inclusion. But I think maybe to put it more straightforwardly, we must target those who are most at risk. Now, these, as you know, active labor market policies, the processes of formalizing, making sure that we're moving from the informal economy to the formal economy will be important processes for inclusion. But we also know, as I mentioned before, that as we green our SMEs, we are also bringing in women, we're bringing in children, we're also bringing in those older workers, to be included in this fight? Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, and thank you for giving us the experiences in the ILO model that we can definitely adapt the word inclusion, especially inclusion labor market, that we can work on the ASCC strategic plan. And definitely with the ASCC strategic plan, we also prioritize people-centered ASEAN. So this is supposed to be the model that we can benefit from. With that, may I go to Kun Ito-san again? I think Akai has been studying or more or less getting information about ASEAN approach to aging society, how we approach to that. And how can this approach be applied to address the interconnected challenges of human development in your own insight? It doesn't have to be Akai insight. Thank you. As a strategist.
Tough question. But, from Akai perspective, let me give you 3 key principles to consider when addressing aging in ASEAN. The first thing is, I guess, taking like a life course approach, right? And aging doesn't start at 60, right? It is shaped by our education, work, health, and the social systems throughout our life. And if we invest in health promotion or inclusive education and social protection, then we can reduce the risks later in life and enjoy the resilience for all ages. That is the first point. Another point is that we need to make system more integrated. You see, education, work, health, and social systems are treated separately, but older persons faces the cross-cutting issues, right? For example, managing chronic disease also affect like financial and caregiving needs, right? And at Akai, we work with ASEAN member states to help connect these sectors through our Akai's 5-year strategic plan and our regional action plan, and also ASEAN Active Aging and the Index. And the third point is we have to embrace inclusion and innovation. The important thing is aging population are not a burden, right? It's like a source of wisdom, knowledge, care, and community strengths, right? So we need to design the technologies and other policies that are age-friendly and gender inclusive and local relevant, right? And those kind of things are very linked to, well, the Lion Active Aging, as I mentioned before, right? So together, what I mentioned, 3 key principles, taking a life course approach and making systems more integrated and embracing inclusion and innovation can help ASEAN to respond to aging. That is my perspective. Thanks.
Thank you very much for your insights. Definitely the word integration, innovation, it doesn't only linked with active aging. I think with the ASCC strategic plan, it also linked to other stakeholders, vulnerable groups, women, and other people at risk. So I think those keywords really helps. So my other question is to Madam. May I ask for your academic insights. You said that conversation on climate mitigation is not enough, and you said you would just stop there. I just want to hear more on how ASEAN, in your perspective, can have initiatives that would ensure climate resilience and environment sustainability that really go to the people on the ground. It's not only for policymakers and for private sectors, but people on the ground, local communities. How can we build their resilient to climate change as well as environment sustainability? Thank you.
Thank you again, Your Excellency. All right, so I think we all know that adaptation, especially when facing with disasters, it's mainly a local affair, right? It's very localized as compared to mitigation. And usually it's not a cross-border threat. So I guess that's why a lot of the conversation happens within the country itself on a national level rather than on a regional level. But I think one thing that I guess that is not also as discussed about, especially on the international level, is the funding for climate adaptation projects. I think, as we know, a lot of the mitigation project, as I mentioned, for example, Just Energy Transition Partnership, something that Indonesia, Vietnam has leveraged on. But are there similar frameworks, international partnerships for adaptation? The UNFCCC, I think in the past COPs, have introduced the Loss and Damage Fund, but I think we have yet to actually materialize that. So a lot of the ASEAN region, I think, is still at lost. So in terms of pushing for climate finance, I think we should push that collectively as a region. We don't have our own bloc during climate negotiations. But a lot of the ASEAN countries sit at I think the bigger economies, for example, G20 with Indonesia. There's a lot of discussion that can be done there, and also to push for more innovative instruments for adaptation. To give another example, we have the ASEAN Sustainable Taxonomy that is currently mainly for mitigation and for to push a private sector to invest more in mitigation efforts. But we don't see a lot of that in terms of adaptation. I think one, obviously, there's not a lot of profit that can be received with adaptation specifically. So how can we help more of the, I think, public funding to push for rehabilitation efforts, for example? So I think so as I mentioned, climate finance is something that needs to be pushed more than just sustainable finance in the region. The second one is also to mainstream sustainability in the ASEAN economic frameworks. I can give you an example from Malaysia. A lot of the industries that we are currently attracting are resource intensive. Data centers, for example, critical mineral mining, just to name a few. And a lot of this affects the community itself, and indirectly could lead into future disasters as well. A lot of competition in the resource within communities that are close to these industries. So with, I think, mainstreaming sustainability into economic frameworks is to ensure that whenever if we continue to develop the way that we do, there needs to be risk assessment being done for all the industry coming into all the ASEAN countries, ASEAN member states, and also to further implement the carbon neutrality framework. I think we got help from our dialogue partners of ASEAN to develop that framework, but unsure how exactly that has been materialized in the supply chain for the ASEAN region. So I think those are the two things that I'll go with. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your insight, especially from the academic side. I think we still have some time for questions. May I invite questions from the audience here at the Grand Ballroom? I think you are awake already because it's almost 4, And for those who are online, please type on your in the chat box, and the Master of Ceremony will tell us your questions. Please, may I invite for some entertaining questions, especially to the panelists who are professionals here. Once in a lifetime, you have these people. Yes, please, Madam.
You hear me? Okay. I'll probably ask since no one raised their hand. So I would like to ask a question to Dr. Ken, specifically for the informal labor. So as you know, when there's a lot of digital transformation, there's a lot of, we call it like gig works, which encompasses a lot types of work. And one of the issues specifically for location-based gig workers, specifically, for example, e-hailing and p-hailing, there's a lot of discussions about their employment status. For example, there's a trend going on globally to actually examine whether they are considered as employee or not, based on a lot of tests like employment control tests, etc. But we know that we do want to maintain the flexibility that this new or gig economy offers. So there are some proposals to introduce a third type of employment where it is not tied to the binary classification of whether you are an employee or you're an independent contractor. So there's some level of protection there, for example, in terms of social protection, whereby the social protection, the contribution is not just from the workers themselves, but also from the platform itself. So I would like to seek your thoughts on this matter, basically in formalizing, especially the growth of the gig workers. So what are the efforts or thoughts from ILO in not just formalizing it, but also introducing this third type of so-called employment? Yeah, would like to see your thoughts on that. Thank you.
Thank you for the question. Could you tackle first? And maybe others, if you have additional comments, please do join.
So I was thinking that it would take many so that I, but this is great. First of all, just to congratulate her for this really important question. Important question because indeed these are issues that we're tackling or grappling with. You may know that the ILO has been working on a recommendation, on platform work. And that is still going on. The discussions are still going on. The idea is that, yes, indeed, we're seeing growth of people working in the gig economy. And as you put it very well, they tend to be informal. But also, there is that idea where you are not sure whether they should be categorized as who. And that, of course, has implications for social protection. It has implications for many things for this, depending on the guidelines or the laws that are actually ruling in the country. Now, there's no linear answer to this. The truth of the matter is that these are issues that are still being discussed. These are issues that employer organizations, worker organizations, governments are sitting down to understand exactly how they can tackle this problem. These are issues that in the near future, there is regulation being planned in terms of how do we sort this out. It's not going to be a simple job, but it's something that we will have to do eventually. This is the time that we would like to understand. And a number of people, what they're doing now, a number of research institutes, including ILO, is really looking at gathering evidence, research, what is happening, which countries really do these issues mean what? Is it the same in India? Is it the same in Singapore? Is it the same in Malaysia? Is it the same in South Korea? What regulations are countries putting together to try and answer this? So indeed, what I would say with all honesty is that there are no definite answers here. It is an evolving, dynamic sector that is being looked at into, and that employers, workers, and the governments are working on to see exactly how these could be defined. I think this is the best way I can answer that question.
Thank you very much. Anyone would like to add? I think you have asked a very stimulating question, and this, as Mr. Ken has indicated, is something that conversation needs to carry on, especially among policymakers and stakeholders, and they have to join hands in making this conversation to be workable in a way. So with that, I wonder if there's any questions online. None. Okay. None. I think we have already exhausted the time. And I thank you very much, all the distinguished panelists. I think we have had very good discussion, as well as insights from the professionals right here. As I said, it's a lifetime thing that we can hear from them. I think that the discussion that we have evolved around the keywords that I have indicated earlier, which is sustainability and resilient. One thing that I would like to make a conclusion is that ASEAN is in its journey, and 58 years old is still young. And we have turned on the new chapter with ASEAN Community Vision 2045, as well as all the strategic plans of the 4 pillars. We still need to work together. We still need an inclusive society in order to make our ASEAN a people-centered and people-oriented. With that, even though I'm outside of ASEAN, but I give you all my heart and all my support. So thank you very much, and thank you to the distinguished panelists.
Thank you very much, Madam Paspon. And we'd like to invite our moderator and panelists to take a photograph on the stage. And ladies and gentlemen, please join me by giving a big round of applause to our panelists. Dr. Selvaraj Ramasamy Abdullah, Dr. Ken Chamuva Shawa, Mr. Suguru Ito, and Ms. Zayana Zakaria, and also our moderator for this panel discussion, Her Excellency Paspon Sangasubana. Let's give them another round of applause, please, and thank you for that wonderful discussion. Yes, of course, the ASEAN handshake or the ASEAN way. And as a token of our appreciation, we would like to invite Dr. Christina Yeo to present a token of appreciation to our panelists and moderator. Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, before we conclude the regional forum on the ASCC strategic plan, we would like to graciously invite Dr. Christina Yeo Kenyon, the AHWG co-chair Malaysia and the Undersecretary of International Relations and Culture from the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture Malaysia, to say a few words. Silakan.
Thank you, Mr. MC. Oh, we don't have the whole full enough like this morning, but it's fine. It's like more than half still. On behalf of the Government of Malaysia, the Ministry of Tourism, Arts and Culture, the Chair of AACC Council, I wish to accord our heartfelt appreciation to everyone here and online as well, our SOCA leaders and representatives, my fellow ad hoc working group members who are here, our esteemed panelists and moderators, The government of Japan, through the Japan ASEAN Integration Fund JAI 3.0, the ASEAN Secretariat, our strategic technology partner Telekom Malaysia Berhad, my dear colleagues from all the focal points, the sectoral bodies in the different ministries, Ministries of Health, Ministry of IC, Civil Service, JPA, Jabatan Perkhidmatan Awam, and etc. Also my beloved colleagues from the International Relations Division of MOTEC, who has been working around the clock to get this all in together. Thank you, everybody. We hope everyone has gathered more information, insights, and understanding on the ACV 2045, and of course, especially our ASCC strategic plan. This is just the beginning. It's a journey, a process towards more meaningful engagements, translating a 20-year vision into actions on the ground. Remember, this is our vision, this is our strategic plan, and this is our shared responsibilities. Last but not least, we invite you to take your tea and also take a survey. I'm sure, can we just project the QR code on the screen? You complete the survey, you get a nice e-certificate to show to prove your attendance here to your fellow, your ministers and your bosses. And of course, also this is very important, before heading off to support the local economy, Madam, ladies and gentlemen, there is a cluster of shopping centers and malls within the 1 to 2 kilometer radius within this area. One Utama, IKEA, The Curve, just to name a few. Go for healing, makan-makan, cuci mata. Sekian sahaja, terima kasih, Salam Malaysia Madani.
Thank you very much, Dr. Christina Yeo. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, that concludes the Regional Forum on the ASCC Strategic Plan. My name is Zamil Idris, and it is a pleasure being your MC for the whole day today. And I would like to now invite all our guests who are here with us, not online, but who are here with us, to please enjoy the tea for some networking, as well as enjoy your stay here in wonderful Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia. Till then, we'll see you soon, and we'll see you again. And take care to those participants online, and we shall see you soon next time. Take care, everyone, and good night. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, as a gentle reminder, as mentioned by Dr. Christina, please scan the QR code, which is on the screen at the moment, where you will get access to photos, videos, and presentation materials, as well as the e-certificate. So please scan the QR code now. Thank you. And we would like to invite all our guests to please enjoy the tea that's been served. And we hope you shall do some networking as well. And we hope that we shall see you soon next time. In the meantime, please enjoy your stay here. And like what Dr. Christina has mentioned, the shopping mall is just a few kilometers, well, actually less than 1 kilometer, where it's just walking distance for you to go to. It is one of the biggest shopping malls in Malaysia. So do explore. One Utama shopping mall is just beside us. And at the same time, please enjoy your stay. Thank you.